This is how you piss off an entire server. Just like that. Yo, hey, both of you here already. Nice. This is how you piss off an entire server. Yo, hey, both of you here already. Nice. What I was doing before I started the stream was this. I was actually looking at someone to do my YouTube art. What I was doing before started the stream was this. I was actually looking at someone to do my YouTube art. Oh yeah, work. Okay, that's fine, bro. Focus on your work. It's just a stream. Focus on your work. Yeah. Oh yeah, work. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get more used to speaking to the camera because this is weird. Yeah, speaking to the camera is weird. The hell? No. But yeah, I need to get like a profile picture because fun fact, Bioatomica, the person who did the Horizon cover picture. Yeah. The person who did the Horizon cover picture, I couldn't get in contact with her for whatever reason. And I like how this person does it. This one's good too. Premium. But they don't do full bodies. Ideally I want like a full body. Yeah, you want break, that's cool. Yeah, man. I want this one, like premium full body with some line art and color. Someone in Discord's talking to me. Someone is asking about the Deadpool character writing breakdown. Yeah, I'm looking for someone to make my YouTube icon, which I'll also use for Webnovel and Scribble Hub. And I also need someone to make my banners because I'll use this for Patreon banner too, so it'll be going on YouTube and my Patreon. So if the same person could do the banner and the if the same person could do the banner and the like profile picture, that'd be perfect. Yeah, I can't keep track of all you people's names and accounts. Like for some of you, I have notes. Like in Discord, you could put a note next to somebody's name, right? So for some of you, I have notes of like the guy from Egypt, right, or the guy from Turkey, because you keep changing your names, and I'm bad with names. I mean, you guys have seen even for my books. Sometimes I forget that characters change their names during the books. Like they use a different superhero name, or they swap. I'm really good when they're in costume without a costume, but when they change the name for one of the costume, and I haven't written them in like a month in real time, Yeah, well, it's not bad memory, it's order of importance, which sounds very terrible, right? But it's like your name isn't what I identify you with, it's your traits. So, being from Egypt, that's your trait. Being a chef, that's your trait. Being from Turkey, that's your trait. Yeah, but just, I don't, even in real life, I don't take names that seriously. Like, if I know who I'm talking about, that's all that matters. Yeah, well, whether he likes it or not, you can't choose where you live, where you're born. So until he moves to, I think Germany, he wants to move to. He's the guy from Turkey. I mean, I think he's a barber too, right? He's the barber. Yeah. Oh, this habit, by the way, this cooking, um, it's a it's a habit I have from you from writing on Inkstone. Because if you're writing on Inkstone, let me change this. If you're writing on Inkstone and you're writing here, sometimes you would click here and it would change. It would, well, they updated it now, but like 3 years ago, you would click here and then your entire screen would scroll, so you'd lose where you are. Oh, here already, this is Germany. Nice. I don't really be in the Discord that much, honestly. So I have this bad habit. Like, I used to come here, click right click, and then click off it. I also don't eat with my hands because of my writing, so there's that. But yeah, if you guys want to do like one of the character breakdowns, um, Gojo, Sukuna, Deadpool, anybody really, I can literally do it live. It won't be as in depth as like a 15-minute video. It might be, but you know, it will still be useful. Let me actually start recording, in case it does become, super in depth. I could just cut this and make a YouTube video, right? Yeah, I'm busy writing, bro. I don't be in Discord talking. Like, I barely pop up in Discord. But you guys, y'all talk a lot in Discord. I'm not that social a person. That's why I'm writing. So I never have to talk to people. And yet I'm streaming on YouTube. Yeah. I played myself. But where is it? Okay. This is what I've been planning. But if you guys have any character breakdowns you want, yeah. If you pop back in, then I'll be streaming for like 5 hours, 6 hours. Cause I woke up at 6 p.m. It's 9 p.m. right now, and I'm not gonna sleep until I have to, because I want to write this presentation out for the next video. And if people come into chat, I want to help them with whatever advice they want. So I have to start planning this. But yeah, I will be here for a while. This is a full-time job for me. At least that's why I'm shooting it. Oh, did y'all watch the first video? Planning, plot, and genre, right? Planning for the audience. Viewpoint. And I want to use more ampersand because it's safe space. This is the ampersand, the and sign. Viewpoint and tense. Who is this? Okay, I'll put. No, I'll do. Who is this for? Viewpoint and tense, which is, this is something I'm still working on, because sometimes I slip into past, present, future. Yeah, I'll still be streaming by then easily. It's only 9 o'clock here. I'll be like 11 o'clock. Yeah, I'll definitely be streaming. Viewpoint and tense. I'm I think I'm a master at viewpoints. Like I honestly think I'm one of the very few writers in the current day who can write true omniscient. Like I'm obviously not as good as like Frank Herbert who wrote Dune or J.R.R. Tolkien, even though he didn't write true omniscient. He wrote yeah. Yeah man, make sure you don't get fired. Yeah, and get some sleep. I'm recording this so I'm just talking to myself for now. Frank Herbert who wrote Dune and J.R.R. Tolkien who wrote he wrote second person. Yeah, good night. He wrote second person, pretending to be third person, pretending to be omniscient. Which is weird. He wrote first person, pretending to be second person, pretending to be omniscient, third person. In an epistolary. Lord of the Rings is weird. Oh, what? I have links in my chat, in my description here. So my YouTube, my stream can have links in the description, but not my videos. So I'll also use my my profile picture for my Instagram. Get some sleep, man, and you should get back to work. Hey, 5 people watching. Welcome to the stream, guys. Viewpoint. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. That's why I'm here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. That's why I'm here. Okay, viewpoint and tense. That's what you want to plan. Story type. Genre expectations. These I think well, this will be I keep pointing at the screen, but I have to use the mouse. These will be the big things. These will be why this video takes like an hour. Because the story type and genre expectations change everything that you're writing, right? Story type, genre expectation. Before that, USP, unique selling proposition. Okay, who's this for? Viewpoint and tense. USP, story type, genre expectations. What else do you need? Right, this is I will give a full breakdown. Who is this for? Is the audience, is you. Viewpoint and tense, USP, story type, genre expectations, and what if slash new plus strange. Those are two ways of figuring out what you want to write, right? So what if would be, what if a boy found a dragon egg? Oh yeah, it's the weekend. Well, this is my entire week, so tomorrow my family's coming back, so I need to plan and record as many videos as I can, because when they get here I won't be able to do this in the living room, and my room isn't ready yet, so I have to stockpile them. Welcome to the stream. I'm seeing 4 people. So the what if is, what if the boy found the dragon egg, and the new plus the strange is like I guess Twilight would be an example, or Harry Potter, right? It's our world, so No, the familiar and strange, sorry, not new and strange. Familiar and strange. So it's our world, urban fantasy. It's our world, we're familiar with our world. And the strangers, they are wizards or they are vampires, right? It's a 21-second delay. Yeah, it's rough. Oh, the house? It's taking long for now because we finished it right around Christmas time and everywhere is closed or nobody's working to put in the AC. And that's the last day. But it's pretty much done. It's just that, and as soon as I get the AC, I'm moving in, and it's done. But it did take a while. But it's also because we did pretty a lot of it ourselves, like just 3 or 4 of us. But it's an expansion. It's not like a redoing that kitchen. It's like a full expansion. It's like 3, 4 rooms, that kind of stuff, roof, everything. So the what if is the familiar and the strange, and ideas are cheap. I think this is everything a new super new writer needs. So who's the story for? Your viewpoint and tense, right? That can come later. The USP, the story type, the genre expectations, the what if, or the familiar and strange, and ideas are cheap at the end of the day. So ideas are cheap. And yeah, that's the first part, right? I'm thinking if I should do plot second or genre second. If I do plot, if I explain plot second, plot, dot. How would I? Yeah, I'll do plot second. Plot is easier. Alright, so plots. This is gonna be intense. Promise, progress, payoff. This is your entire plot if you've ever been curious. This is the whole plot of every single book ever, every story ever. Right? And plot only has 3 parts. I'm gonna change this actually because I need to put I think I need to put a regular text box. God damn it. Insert text box. Right. Promise. Character. Overall story. Right. Progress. Character. Overall story. Payoff. Character. And overall story. Okay. I'll add an example. Yeah, I'll see you in a couple hours, man. Focus on your job. Using Star Wars. Which is the first Star Wars movie? Star Wars first movie. Star Wars: A New Hope. Star Wars. Using Star Wars New Hope. Okay. promise for the character. The promise is Luke gets an adventure. The overall story: destroy the Death Star / help the rebellion progress. Going to space plus journey plot, right? Overall story. How do they track it across the overall story? Overcoming the Empire, right? So, going to space. When they found Han, they went to space from Tatooine, that piece of trash planet. The journey plot, they had to go from his house to Han Solo to Alderaan, right? End up in the Death Star. The progress of the overall story is overcoming the Empire. So every small battle is every obstacle, overcoming obstacles and the Empire, right? Cherry on top, becoming a Jedi. Cherry on top, becoming a Jedi. Cherry on top is becoming a Jedi. Cherry on top. Destroying the Death Star. Okay, and the cherry on top is destroying the Death Star. Payoff. Character gets his adventure and gets his adventure cherry on top, becomes a Jedi. Destroys the Death Star himself, right? Overall story. Destroys the Death Star. Help the rebellion is here. Help the rebellion is here. Cherry on top. Destroy the Death Star. Payoff is over a story, help the rebellion, share and top destroy that star. So this is oh you've had it open for a while. Good, leave it open. Look at that, you just outed yourself. Now my million followers gonna bother you because you put your real name on YouTube. Genius. See, this is why Iron Fist is gonna beat you up in Marvel Rivals. This is why. This shouldn't be here. Coming at Jedi. Training arc. I'm pretty sure you can change your name. I changed mine. It was some bunch of random numbers. Payoff, right? So promise, progress, payoff. Right. See, you're supposed to be streaming too. Promise, progress, payoff. And then yeah, this is the good example, right? So and then genre expectations, then genre expectations. How do I teach this? What order do I teach this in? Yeah, see, you can change it. Just anybody who looks at the stream on my YouTube will see your real name forever. I have your real picture too. That's wild. Cutting this and putting this here. This is part of the overall plot, not the character plot, right? Yeah, so after this, it's planning. Yeah. You probably are smaller than you were in that picture. Planning, focus on audience. Plot. That's these three things. And payoff. Oh wait, no, not payoff, sorry. Genre expectations, and the main genres are, let's see. Okay. Romance, fantasy, memoirs and biography don't really count because they're non-fiction. Romance, fantasy, think I'll have to do a regular box for this one too. Insert text box. Stupid goddamn thing. Insert text box. Okay. Romance. Oh, so they can see the full PowerPoint? Okay. There we go. Wow, this is weird though, but now I have to lean this way. Romance. And what subgenres are there? YA romance. There's also that other one, Regency romance. Regency romance. I'm gonna look up a definition for that. Okay, British Regency. Right, erotica is unfortunate piece. Right, fantasy. And audience expectations. Audience expectations doesn't really matter that much because after you write the book, usually then they match it to like the audience rating. But if you're trying to target a certain audience, then you have to keep that in mind. So it could be swapped. I'll say romantasy, right? Romantasy. Etc. Epic. Historical. Low. Grim dark. I'll remove romance from this. YA. Young adult, Regency, romantasy. Grim dark. Urban. Any other popular ones? Epic, historical, low, grim dark, urban, high, of course, low fantasy, high fantasy, grim dark, urban. There's sci-fi. Sci-fi. Steampunk. Cyberpunk. No. Dystopian, etc. Steampunk, cyberpunk. Oh, medieval fantasy, I forgot. Medieval. Low. Historical. Okay. Steampunk, cyberpunk. Frostpunk. Solarpunk is one that's kind of coming into play now. Grimdark. Adventure, sci-fi adventure book. No, adventure is a plot, not a genre. Right. Adventure is more like a plot. Okay. And then there's thrillers. Page turners, basically. Thrillers, that mystery. Yes, page turners. These are right. This is a do for the list, right? So I'm looking up if there are any more of these that I'm missing out on. Memoirs. I'm not doing any non-fiction lists. Right, crime and thriller. No, historical. Thing has 35 popular genres. Let's see how much of this is useful. I'm not doing that. How much of this is useful? Sci-fi, action, adventure. These are plots. These aren't genres. Action, adventure is determined by your plot, right? Mystery, horror, right? Horror. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thriller, mystery, horror. Descriptive content or suspense. Descriptive content, suspense, suspense and atmosphere. Right, Grimdark. Etc. This descriptive content or suspense and atmosphere. LGBTQ is its own category. Well, yeah, they should get their own space because they need it. No. Graphic novels. No. Short story. No. New adult. This is not a real thing. New adult is not a real thing. You tried. It's failing. And then we get non-fiction, which I don't care about. Okay, I don't care about non-fiction. So, romance. Oh. Okay, let's go all about romance. Romance. First person. First person limited. First person limited. First person limited viewpoint. Past tense. Thinly veiled main plot to spotlight the romantic subplot. Target audience determines explicit content. Middle grade would be a light crush and holding hands. YA can be sexual but safer to fade to black. Adult can be super graphic, but consider character ages. Because people really like to, some people like to read about teens fucking, some people don't, and I don't, so please stop writing that shit. We don't need like a graphic orgy scene in it. Nobody needed that. Okay. Right, so let's go genre expectations first. Right. Genre, market, and audience expectations. Yeah, okay, this is better. Genre, market, and audience expectations, right? I'll give a quick breakdown of all of these. Genre, market, and audience expectations. And so we'll go to planning, focus on the audience, honestly, focus on you, right? No, we should do this first, right? Because You wanna know the expectations, then you go in, then you go to the plot, right? So you want to understand these, then go to this, then go to plot. Alright. So now that we have this, we can go to here. Right. Target audience. This is very, very important. Thinly veiled plot, spotlight, romantic subplot. To no, not to spotlight, to justify romantic subplot. Because I mean, in Titanic, Jack was going from, where was he, like London or something to New York. That was his boat, and all he had to do was like, the justification was he wants to start a new life, so he went on the boat and he ended up, experiencing a horror story that women love, because they think it's a romance because it's from Rose's point of view, but from any guy's point of view, that is a horror story. But yeah, it made $1 billion. So I mean, Titanic made $1 billion way back when. So today it would have probably made like 2.5 billion. It's just that good, and that's because the guy who writes those shows, he understands this. He understands market expectations and audience expectations. And he really understands this. He's very good at this plot stuff. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be a good story if he's writing it. Avatar: The Way of Water had all of this really good, but characterization was lacking. But characterization will be its own video. That's like, right now I'm just trying to get you to have an idea of what you want to write. The characters will come after. And granted, if you're the kind of person who just doesn't plan and just does things off instinct, none of this matters to you, because you can just look at a blank page and start to write. But I recommend having the basic understanding of this and how it usually is done. So if you ever slam into a wall, you can just come look at this and fix the problems. So romance, first person limited, past tense, thinly veiled main plot to justify romantic subplot. Expected character plot, setbacks and backsliding, right? So we expect them to break up at some point. Expected characters expected to get together by the final page, right? That's also an expectation. People read romance because they want to see people get together. In my opinion, characters should get together super early on, because the relationship is more interesting when you complicate already existing relationships. Like, you can have like it'll be fun to like watch them get together, but I've always been like a fast-paced person in relationships, because I'm a good judge of characters. So if I see someone, I just jump in because I know like it'll work, and it's never been wrong for me. But this is very subjective, because everybody views romance differently, right? Even people in relationships together often view romance very differently. So characters are expected to get together by the final page. And now I'll delete this, and I'll copy and duplicate slide, right? Romance, okay. And I'll go romance plot example, right? Um, yeah, I'll use Titanic using um, Jack and Rose from. Is it the Titanic? No, it's just Titanic. From Titanic. Movie. I think it was a book too. I don't know. Admit love. Okay, I have to add to the romance thing. Romance, tragedy. Tragedy. Etc. I have to add tragedy to all of these. Tragedy. Definitely this one. Horrors. Yeah, a horror could be a tragedy. They could lose. Right. Romance. I'll see. I'll see. Genre. Romance. Adventure. Tragedy. Romance, adventure, tragedy. Period piece. Period piece. Is oh. Is Titanic a Regency romance? It's not a Regency romance. Forbidden Love. Forbidden Love is definitely one, right? Romance. Period piece. Forbidden Love. Wow. Jesus Christ. Okay. Little interruption. Yeah. Titanic is like a period piece, right? Because they had the cars. It was Forbidden Love. And the promises. So, the promises for Titanic. The character promise. Jack starts a new life. And Rose. What did Rose even want? Gets out of her suffocating life, right? She hates being a rich white woman, right? That's the whole thing. She's a 1911 fucking feminazi, basically. She hates being a kept woman. She's the queen of first world problems. $1 million necklace, Who would ever want $1 million necklace? Ungrateful as shit. Anyway, overall story. Overall story though. Journey plot. The Titanic sails to. Where's the Titanic going? Okay. From some place in Europe to New York. Right? The progress for them is falling in love, right? Escalating romantic affair. Okay, so they're having an affair basically. Escalating romantic affair. In love. Progress. The progress is time spent together. Learning from each other, right? Switching lives. Romantic escalation. The cherry on top. Titanic has no cherry on top. There is none. There is none. Because it is a. There is none. Tragic ending. But the cherry on top would have been tragic ending. Example. Hypothetically. Everyone lives. No, that's not sure until that's expected, right? Tragic ending. The cherry on top of the Titanic would have been what? No, there wouldn't have been a cherry on top. There is no cherry on top for Titanic. It's too simple a plot, right? Overall story is just the journey plot. It's the boat moving. Right? Romance plot example. Using Titanic. Ugh, Jesus Christ. After romance. Right, that's the journey part. Payoff. Character. They fall in love. They fall in love. fall in love, they experience new things together, right? Cherry on top. Tragedy. Again, there is none. It's a tragedy. These people die. Overall story. Get to New York. Cherry on top. There is none. It's a tragic ending. Alright, this is Titanic. Is that it? Cherry on top. There is none. What would even be cherry on top for romance? Cherry on top would be like, oh, by the way, he's super rich. Twist for Star Wars is you have to destroy the Death Star ourselves, right? Alderaan destroyed, we have to. Alderaan. Two A's in the end, okay. Alderaan. Plot example, right? Tragic ending, right? That's a good read off for Titanic. Jack doubts if he can be together because he's poor, right? Jack is threatened and doubts if they can be together because he's poor. Is that all for Titanic? Jack gets threatened. Iceberg happens. He's handcuffed. Rose has to go get him out, right? Um, yeah, he got threatened after the sex in the car. Yeah, and then almost drowns. They break out, and then she does nothing but the door, so he dies, right? So that's the plot of Titanic. I'm thinking if I missed anything else, I have to explain the genres. I'll explain the genres, why they're in these. The promises, the progress, and the payoff. Right? Yeah, welcome to the stream. Drop a like and subscribe. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, so that's romance, right? That's romance expectations. Um, Let me move on to I'll put this here. Titanic, right? After romance, it's what is it? Fantasy. Ooh, the big one, my favorite. Fantasy, market expectations. Right? And I'll go to Pearson Limited. First person, or do I have all caps in them? No, okay. First person or third person limited. Third person omniscient is difficult. Yeah, third person omniscient is difficult, but God, how do I say so not be biased? But I think it's the best one. Like, it's difficult. This is difficult, but accepted. Then you get past tense. Present tense after the first few chapters for romance. Yeah, first person few point past contents. These two chapters, they blend together. After the first few chapters, they blend together, so it doesn't even matter. Hey, 3 likes, nice. Progress, road to 1 million subscribers. Fantasy, da da da, past or present. How do I put this? Magic. Magic. I guess I will just put magic. Non-human races are part of the market expectation, and people kind of expect an adventure. Well, I wouldn't say that. Magic, non-human races. And yeah, I guess that's it, right? Magic, non-human races. World building. Magic, non-human races, world building. And sense of awe. Sense of awe. Sense of awe simply means people want a vivid description of the world. They want to be able to imagine living there. Avatar. Two people does this very well. Okay. Right. If you want a sense of awe. Right, so first for third person, limited. Past or present tense. Welcome to the stream. If you have anything you want to know, just feel free to come to ask. I'll break away from this and answer any questions. But yeah, welcome. Fantasy market expectations. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Magic, non-human races, sense of awe. So Avatar did this really well with Pandora. Especially the new one, they had like fast shots of the ocean and the whales and stuff, and people got really sad that they couldn't go there because those people have no life apparently. But this is very important in fantasy, so yeah. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah. Fantasy plot example. I'll copy the slide. And what movie do I want to use? I don't want to use Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings would be too easy. Lord of the Rings would be way too easy. So, fantasy movie. Just look at the top fantasy movies. Yeah, of course they give me Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and all that shit. I guess The Hobbit is a good example too, right? It's way more concise. I'm a fantasy writer and I can't even pick one of these. The hell, why can't I pick one of these? I don't want to pick a series because if I pick a series, then what the hell is this? God, no wonder this movie sucks. What kind of premise is that? I'm looking for a good fantasy movie to break down. I could use a Disney movie. Which one though? Frozen? No. Frozen doesn't have non-human characters, right? I also really want everybody would know. Harry Potter would be probably the best example, right? Everybody's seen Harry Potter. Do I know enough about Harry Potter? Ooh, How to Train a Dragon. Okay, that's literally the perfect one because boy finds dragon, right? And I only have to do the first one. Thinking is exhausting. Okay, let's go back to this. Do I even wanna? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. These things, no. I wanna go with I wanna go with popularity. Probably end up here. Do I have a fuse of all time? Number of ratings. Nope. But I pick what fantasy movie to break down. What goddamn movie do I use? Oh yeah, this is Hawkeye's wife. Oh, I'll use Rotten Tomatoes, yeah. Nothing has ever gone wrong using Rotten Tomatoes. What movie do I want to break down? Hobbit. I'm considering this one, right? But This one does have a clear plot though. That's a plus, and it's a journey plot. Get to the mountain, right? Lord of the Rings is a pretty clear plot too, but they don't have the this. Well, they have the setback. But I don't know. But this is a pretty good one. That's pretty high up there. Jumanji is actually a pretty good one too. Yeah, Jumanji is a pretty good one. Do I even separate sci-fi technology? I mean, do I even need to change them? Low high. Tragedy and tragedy, right? The West of Us. Okay. I'm pretty sure the monkeys stole something from them, right? Sci-fi, fantasy, sci-fi, Mark expeditions. Actually, both of them. Yeah. System. A magic system. Yes. This one's tough, but Jesus Christ. A magic system. And I'll stop recording because it stopped recording. The hell? Because maybe it went too long. No, that has no cherry on top, right? I want one with a cherry on top. Do I really have to use Harry Potter? Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone movie. Genre. Fantasy. Urban fantasy. Fantasy. Portal. Isekai, right? Portal, Isekai, yes. Adventure. This first one a coming of age story? I don't think so. I don't think the first one's a coming of age story. Fantasy, urban, adventure. No, I don't think Harry Potter is a coming of age. It's a coming of age story, but the first book isn't a coming of age book. It's just Harry Potter doing lame wizard shit because he sucks and he doesn't cast any spells in the first book, right? Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone genres. Mystery, supernatural, yeah. Supernatural. Adventure is a plot, not a type, right? Well, I guess I can put it in here too, right? Adventure, supernatural. Some paranormal. Those are the genres for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Okay. Promise. The character promise. Harry. Gets better. Right, Harry's life gets better. His life at the start sucks, which is why this usually isn't my kind of book. Right, the overall story. Harry goes to magic school. Right, but the trick is no, that's a cherry on top of the character. Harry makes friends, right? Harry makes friends. And then new. Harry makes friends because he's that much of a loser. Backsliding. Is there any backsliding? I don't think there's any backsliding in the first book, right? There isn't any backsliding. Cherry on top. You're the chosen one. Overall story. Magic school plot. Cherry on top. You defeat Voldemort. Right. Cherry on top, you defeat Voldemort. I think somebody new joined. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe and ask any question you have about writing, and I'll try to answer. Okay, cherry on top, you defeat Voldemort. Magic school plot. House cup, I guess. The house cup. Payoff, you defeat Voldemort. Okay. Does the no? That would be none. None. No, no, there's no cherry on top for this. Right? Payoff characters. Run. Become great friends. Become great friends. Cherry on top. Is there a cherry on top of this? Harry Pusey's chosen one. Overall story. Winning the House Cup. Finishing. Yeah, 1. Twist. Squirrel, right? Quirrell. Squirrel is Voldemort. Cherry on top. Harry defeats Voldemort. That's a cherry on top, right? Yeah, I think this is it, right? So, romance. Oh, this is fantasy sci-fi. Fantasy sci-fi, what example, right? Okay, but now do I plan a book live? I'm gonna say, I think I plan a book live. really hard, but staring at the screen for hours, trying to figure out if anything even makes sense. I feel like this is enough content for one video. Let me see. Example plot, right? Harry, Ron, Hermione become great friends. Harry proves he's the chosen one. Boom. Overall story, winning the House Cup and finishing year one. Twist. Quirrell is Voldemort. Cherry on top. Harry defeats Voldemort. Yes, I think this is the first Harry Potter movie wrapped up. And then the last thing is how to plot, right? Okay, I think I need to add something, I think here. Yeah, I need to add something here. Plot types. Overall story. Objective. Clearly indicated. Big epic quest. Journey plot. Big epic quest. Journey plot. It's character based plot. Story is driven by character choices only. Demands higher audience investment in characters. enhance high audience investment in the characters. Can easily become bloated. Can easily become bloated. Great for episodic storytelling. Great for episodic storytelling. Let's see this. Plot engines, the theme of the plot, right? Plot engines. Yeah, it is great for episodic storytelling. Can easily become bloated. Great for episodic storytelling.
Still streaming?
Yeah. Great episode of storytelling. Jesus Christ. Plot engines. Okay, so we're going from genre. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, the whole way. Plot type, not story type. Actually, plot engine, right? Story type. Plot engine. Older Wonderson. That's a hard question. Who is this for? I guess this is all. viewport and tense for now, because I just wanna yeah, I guess I'll just have to do a plot live, right? So if the plot is how in the hell do I even do I guess I could guess I could record. I mean, let me see if I in case it does become super in-depth. This one, I'll take this one. I don't know why it stopped recording. That's what. That should be fine. I guess I'll make this template available, right? And like, can I copy? I'll make this. Wow, that's ugly. Genre, promise, character promise, overall story promise, character progress, backsliding, this, 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 this. Okay. And I want this to be save as what do I press save as? File. Yep, I figured as much. I don't want to save. Nope. I don't want to share everything though, because I have things here. Okay, let's put this in the YouTube description. I could look. Yeah, I'll just copy it into the description. Oh, okay, I see. Genre. Okay. Now I get to put this in the YouTube channel. Nope, the name still hasn't changed because Windows 11 sucks. Why won't the name change? No? Okay. Wow. Thanks, Microsoft. Right. Crap. Did I just break OBS? Okay, I didn't break OBS. Alright, this is done. Nope, secret project. Where's my thing? Okay. Here. Is this complete? New slide. Summary. Characters. Design the largest story idea. Target and genre. Decide target audience and genre. And the next video will be next video will be character. Right, perspective, tense, prose, and some character stuff. Jeez. I think I want to do a written example before that though. Let me go with right, okay. So this should be empty, right? Live fantasy sci-fi, for example, right? Or sci-fi fantasy, right? Story overview, right? Okay. Okay, I think this is good. This is good enough. Banner. Add image. Keep moving the browse. Right, okay. This here. Do I start the next one immediately? Was it more than 20 seconds? That seems like a long delay. My keyboard is loud. Yeah, it's hey, my keyboard may be loud, but it's loyal. This has been with me for uh, this keyboard is like 12 years old. Yeah, this keyboard is 12 years old. It feels long, but really isn't. I don't know. I'm really big on like feedback loops and getting feedback. So any delay between input and feedback for me feels like eternity. Be fast with inputs, fast with output. Sorry, well input or output, and slow with changing your thing. I can't remember what Alex Moses says. Are you back home, or are you still in work? Yeah. No gaming keyboard lasts 12 years. None. But all reliable here is gonna last 10 more. Because if it doesn't boost frames per second, I'm not buying it. Nice. I just got done in the Discord. There are these things, right? I just uploaded these. These are what I literally just finished working on for the video I'll record after I stop streaming. These are what you're looking at in the PowerPoint. Yep, home safe, good. I love to hear it. But yeah, I just got done this video and I did this part and this is the exercise I'll be doing live. Right? When I'm explaining the video. And this stuff is for the next one because I'll be writing the first scene or maybe the first chapter of the story that I plan out here, whatever that story will be, live. So everyone will get to see me write live. Which is the make or break moment, right? Because that's the big promise I made when I made this channel. It's the promise is that unlike other author tubers who tell you top 10 tips and tricks for whatever and you never see them right, you're gonna see me right, you're gonna see all my mistakes and you can hold me accountable. Well, those won't have much meaning until I have the video explaining it, because I have to do the video breaking down this, right? Yeah. But I think I have to get a better system than. Yeah, I'm still streaming, bro. Like you could ask the character breakdowns. We have a lot of time. Honestly, I might just record the video live like while I'm streaming. Yeah, hopefully I know the character. But I was saying I think I need a better system than pinning things here, because eventually when I have like 100 videos, and all of them have like worksheets and information and stuff that I'm giving away, this will become too crowded. So I think I need to figure out how to link things on like Google Docs. But I want people to be able to download and edit it. Lord Touch Me from Overlord. Oh, that's an easy one. Because if you want Lord Touch Me, then this is Lord Touch Me, bro. This is literally him. They're the exact same person. Yeah, they're the exact same person. Or All Might. That archetype of like, I'm the strong guy. So like Superman has a scene in the Injustice League, not Unlimited, Injustice League, like when they now formed, before Unlimited, where they were training and Green Lantern said, you could have taken out that robot in 2 hits. Why didn't you? And Superman says, and he says, you let that thing sucker punch you over and over. And he says, I take the hits so that you don't have to, because I can take them. Yeah, I mean, they'll be written the same way, but it's a different framing, right? Because the framing of Lord Touch Me is more like a traditional knight, right? So the dialogue and everything will be different, but they kind of have the same goal, at least from Momonga's perspective, right? Because Momonga's perspective of Lord Touch Me is like the Superman, because he saved them, but to other players, Lord Touch Me is a challenge. So the other players would be like Lex Luthor, right? So it's the whole thing of. Oh, are you talking about the? Oh well, yeah, I'm talking about the in-game character, not the IRL. I don't know enough about Overlord to know what the IRL person was like, right? But I'm talking about like from a writing perspective, how like you would have to translate him to the page, and it would be like this, because his whole thing was like, he was like world champion at the game, nobody could touch him. That was the whole thing, right? So you would have to add Superman and Lex Luthor, because at his core he was a knight, right? That's why he made Sebas. He was a knight, so he's chivalrous, all that stuff. But he's also a champion fighter, a what is it called? A glory paladin, or like a champion master fighter from D&D, from Dungeons and Dragons, right? Right. So even in oh well then like even in real life he's that. So he'd be like a mix of this Superman and the original Orion Pax, which is who becomes Optimus Prime, because the original Orion Pax was a security bot. He was a police officer on Cybertron, right? So like that one is a bit difficult. The reason I'm going with like I'm doing character stuff, right? That's okay. That's yeah. Let me not do that. Yeah, they are evil, right? But it's not about it's not about what you are morally. It's about your interactions because that's where morals come into play, right? So how would I put this? One second. I'm gonna take a bite of food. Yeah, but that's like Clark Kent and Superman. Clark Kent wants to do good. Superman can do good. Like that's the word writing on the wall. But it Lord Touch Me is very like the only reason it's interesting. Well, part of the big reason it's interesting, not the only reason, because it is interesting, right? How he can be so prideful to have that name, but also be like a hero, but also be in a evil guild of monsters. But but that's his lore, right? So in dialogue and in on the page, he would come across very generic, right? He's either a championship fighter knight, right? So he's like everybody is you either frame the scene as nobody could reach him because he's Lord Touch Me, or you frame the scene as him winning all the time, right? Or you have this scene as what Momonga standing behind him as he protects Momonga. So the only way to make him truly interesting on the page consistently is to have it be second person. So that's why like all the all the other players, right, of all the other members of Iron Soul Count, Momonga is always talking about them. It's never them on the page talking. Because then it becomes very boring, right? Because one thing that you have to do when you have somebody that powerful is that you don't have the entire story be from their perspective. That's why I think in like season two, right? The story went to the lizard man, went to Cocytus, went to Brain and Climb and Gazef, right? Because Ainz was doing things that didn't challenge him, so they shifted the entire story. So on a bigger scale, that's how you would do it. You would have him be not the up not the well he would be the hero, right? But he would act more of an obstacle for the villains. So the villains would have the plan. Like how Horizon is the obstacle, but he isn't actively hunting the League of Villains. They just have to plan around them like that. Having him as a main character would be very difficult. Well, unless you know how to write like someone like Horizon, then it would be easy. Um, As for the contrast in game versus out of game, you could simply have the same situation, right? And because it's VR, and the whole Overlord world is like they're in a VR, you can have him see something in real life, like somebody's purse got snatched, and he's helpless to do anything, right? But in game, he sees somebody get attacked and he jumps in the way, and then eventually that contrast keeps happening until his body and mind in real life kind of blur the lines between the real life and the game, and he sees something like a fight happening or somebody's purse getting snatched, and his body moves before his mind reacts. So his Lord touch me instincts come into real life. So he actually becomes the hero in real life. That's how I'd write that. The latest chapter, I don't even know what the latest chapter was. Siege against Tech. Did they win yet? Yeah, they won. Okay. Yeah. Nezu basically won. He got Horizon all the way to the hero side. That was his big goal. So like the answer for the question of like can Horizon become a true hero did get answered. It got answered with Immolation actually, right? But I wanted to show it twice. The first time with Immolation was instinctive, right? And Horizon was kind of freaked out by how like his body reacted to without his consent. Because a big thing in the story is that every time Deku or All Might say their body moved before they could think, Horizon is like that doesn't make any sense. My body only does what I tell it to do. But like now it moves without him thinking, so like he's like what? And then the reason for Tech is that it shows his cold logic also applies to himself. And this time he willingly sacrificed. I did a rug pull after Immolation. What do you mean? I feel like Immolation was pretty honest. But with him like being burnt alive, that oh the sacrifice of millions. Well that's not hero or villain, that's just him being logical, right? Because the whole thing is to show that like people are so used to pro heroes solving everything and getting happily ever after. Yeah. That they aren't used to a situation as big as Tech. Yeah, he lied to everyone. He lied to the audience, right? But I lied to the audience because like I didn't specify how it happened. I also have been hinting at things and I refuse to tell anyone. But I think you're the one who has like the screenshot of like his awakening abilities. So if you've read it, you know exactly how he did everything, right? Because he uses his awakening abilities. He pretty much mastered them before he fought Tech. So he didn't gain any power boost from fighting Tech. He just like it was like a morality thing. It was like, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the world? Yeah, being a dishonest narrator is very difficult, but I manage. But it's also the little things, right? Like the narrator never said Star and Stripe died. It said they were trying to live with the fact that their daughter in Agpar's case or their friend in Horizon's case is dead. But it never said Star and Stripe died. And some people were like, I don't believe that. She's not dead. And those people got rewarded. And some people really genuinely believe I would kill Star and Stripe so easily after all this hype and build up about her and Arsenal and Horizon. Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, for Lord Touch Me, I would just have his personas blend. So either his in-game self, no, his in-game self would be the true self. So it's like how Bruce Wayne is Batman's mask. His real self is his mask, and who he is in game is who he truly wants to be. So in real life, I would have him intervene in something that he shouldn't be intervening in, because that's what a hero would do. Basically, give him his Deku moment of running before your mind can catch up. He's really not that complex to write. Overlord has a lot of very simple characters, but Overlord does framing really well, decently well, and they understand who to. Um, yeah, people on web novel aren't used to subtlety. Yeah, they need the cultivation novel telling them exactly what's happening over and over, like 10 times per page. But again, I'm writing to go pro, right? So it is what it is. If they catch it, they catch it. If they don't, they don't. Also, serialized novels, foreshadowing is difficult to do because people aren't sitting down and reading an entire book. They're reading like one chapter this week, then maybe like 3 chapters the next week, and then in a month they'll catch up. So they forget the little details. That's why I always say Horizon is better the second time you read it. Like after the story is finished, if you go back to the start and read the entire thing, there's so much foreshadowing. Like the fact that in chapter 14 there was foreshadowing for like chapter 320 something where he talks about his quirk, and the fact that it took 300 chapters before we got an explanation for how his quirk actually works. Nah, nothing good. Just my friend popped in, and that's about it. I was mostly just talking to myself and recording some stuff. I planned out my entire next video, which is this, and the next one is oh, you asked for the Deadpool breakdown, right? Was that you? Yeah, I was really just planning out this book, this chap, this video. He didn't miss anything. One person came in and said something, but it's in some different language, so I just didn't bother. Hopefully she liked and subscribed. Yeah, the foreshadowing in Horizon is crazy. It's really crazy. Like one of the bombs that haven't dropped yet are from like chapter 1, and people completely forgot about it, and I know they forgot about it. Because like in chapter 1 it's mentioned that like Horizon's mom killed Momo's granddad. Like that's chapter 1. That's why she was getting patched up. So like I don't even know if I'll use that one, but I think I could use it for like a short scene. But their relationship, Horizon and Momo, was never meant to be endgame. That was like from the start they were meant to be broken apart, just by that. Also like Tetsu, Horizon killed his dad in like chapter 5. Yeah, that was chapter 1. Yeah, Nezu mentioned it when they were talking about how like Horizon's mom killed Momo's granddad, and Horizon killed Tetsu's dad, right? And now he's gonna be in school with them. But it was mentioned chapter one. His dad said something like Momo's dad got sick of waiting for the old man to retire and took matters into his own hands. Well, it doesn't have to be Momo's dad, it could be her uncle, but like family, right? Feels like I'm missing something from this. Yeah, on the roof when he cut him in half. I was gonna do more tetsu tetsu, but I'm trying to trim the fat off oh yeah, yeah. He used injection shot, right? And I was trying to trim the fat off the book. So I cut his relationship with Tetsu Tetsu. Because I was considering having them be like friendly ish. But I just didn't have the time. And now Team Horizon's pretty set. Mm-hmm. To fight Arsenal, you have to be bulletproof, basically. And I mean, not to spoil too much, but we're gonna see Arsenal like fight soon. Is that tomorrow? No, that's let's see. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No, sorry. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Not okay. Monday, Wednesday. No, Monday. That's Monday's chapter. The Unforgivable. Monday's chapter is we're gonna see Arsenal. Yeah, they're two one-dimensional. That's a thing with Horizon, right? He never went for like the most powerful people in the year group. He went for the most versatile. Like he made a point of saying like he has enough power for any team, so he needs people who can like be a toolbox, a bag of tricks, so that they can solve any problem. Because if you have Horizon, you don't need much more combat power. You just need people who can solve specific problems. Like Chuzo can make the ground into mud and trap people. Seru can restrain people, and he's also like good at navigating and stuff. Shinso is the best for interrogation, and Tokoyami can basically mold Dark Shadow into whoever he wants. He's like a Green Lantern, but shittier, basically. Yeah, Team Horizon has no weak links. Yeah, and that's something that some of the readers didn't expect, right? Because when Seru got captured, some people were expecting like Horizon to come save him, or the rest of the team to come save him. But like no, Seru just broke out by himself. Like he was like, okay, I'm gonna, yeah, they're very versatile. But Seru was just like, okay, I'm gonna beat up all of you and take Toga and leave. It just so happened that like as he was leaving, like they got super lucky because if Tech didn't take over the wheel at that very moment, he would have called Horizon and they'd all be dead right now. Like remember, while all this is going on with Tech, Toga is still captured. She's been there for like a week. Honestly, I don't care about Toga, so like I don't care for that character at all. But like yeah, like it's so fun to write, but it's also so stressful because like he's such a difficult character to write because he's so capable. He's so supremely capable that there are no threats. Like after he defeats Tech, right? He fully masters his awakening, and one on one, nobody can beat him. Like one on one, Star and Stripe cannot hang with Horizon. Like she will die. Yeah, yeah. He said he didn't have time, right? And that's because well, that was at the start, right? Because Tech was attacking that when he went to UA, but when he went back to the tower and he healed Seru's arm and stuff, and he told them like interrogate Toga. I don't have time to stay here. Stars Awakening. What do you mean Stars Awakening? What do you mean Horizons? Like the T and the C getting mixed up? Yeah, I had a feeling I was doing that, but like when you're writing chapters in a row, it that stuff slips through the cracks. But when like they get explained, then it'll be like solid or quick. Awakening. Star doesn't have an awakening. Star doesn't have her awakening. No, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean jumbling around her awakening. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. She's never had a training partner who could keep up with her. So Horizon was at the final push. Like she finally has somebody she needs to improve to keep up with. Like he told her that like early on, right? He was like, I got better so much faster than you because I always knew I wasn't the only mystery class because like she was born way before him, right? So he was like, I need to catch up to this person. So he had reason to train, but she was born the strongest and she just stayed the strongest. So she never really trained. But she trained, but she couldn't. She didn't have a proper motivation. Like if she knew All for One existed, she would have probably been awakened already, right? If she was in Japan fighting him. But like she never saw All Might as like a rival because she wished All Might. And even if she fought All Might, she just win. Right? She'd touch him and be like your heart stopped and he'd die. But since Horizon came in, now she's getting to the zone. She's starting to go towards her awakening. We have 5 people watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. It feels weird saying that. And if you have any questions about writing or anything in general, just feel free to ask. I'm now got done planning the video I'll be recording later. But yeah, I mean, Star and Stripes, Hook is gonna get explained. Um, that Alone Together, chapter 350. Well, I mean, I need to know exactly where Web Novel is so I don't spoil anything. Oh yeah, okay. You'll get your answers soon. About her awakening, about everything, about how her cook actually works, everything. What do you think a new order awakening would be? The Horizon's the only person isn't the only person who gets better. Right? She has competition or she has reason to step up her game. I will say though, writing the fight against Tech was very difficult. But I think having the fight with Tech be when Horizon finally unlocks like fully unlocks Shambles so he can warp just anywhere he wants. Horizon did say that was likely what her awakening would be when they spoke about it. Because she knows he has his awakening. And well, no, she said that's what his awakening would be, right? It would be like a extra layers or permanence. So it would make sense that hers would be similar. But also remember, his awakening is ridiculous because, according to him, his conceptualization of like what their quirk is different from hers. His is very basic. His is very complex, which gives her some advantages, right? Like she can do anything she wants basically, but he has less options, but it's way more powerful when he does things. So he can put everything within 500 miles into a blender, but he can't make himself as strong as All Might physically, right? He's also limited by the room, so he has to stay in the room. But she can just move around as she wishes. She can be more creative basically, but he has no power. I don't know about her constantly getting more energy though. That's a Horizon thing. She's just a regular person, remember? He has a lot of energies. Yeah, logic versus imagination. That's pretty much it. She can do whatever he wants, but he has set rules that makes him stronger. He is he is basically sorry. He is like Kaido, she is Gear 5 Luffy. Yeah, he was raised as a like a doctor, right? So he's very rigid in his way of thinking. But for her, like I won't explain her backstory because I changed that bit from the anime, from the manga, sorry. But like it's in the next chapter we'll go into like her backstory and stuff. At least I think so. The next chapter is Tech's Aftermath, right? But like you get her backstory next week, so you'll see why she exists the way she does. What do you think? Ah, lol. Funny enough, Horizon is like a lot stronger than most One Piece characters right now. Like, if Horizon has Haki, I don't think anything in One Piece can beat him. Because his range is just that ridiculous. Like, he can stand off the coast of Wano and cut it in half. Like, it's that insane. And the range of his like final move that he does in the well not in this volume, in the end of the next volume, is even more ridiculous. Like it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever written in one of my books. And keep in mind, I have a character who literally punched someone so hard with so much magic that he did like a final shine attack from Dragon Ball. Like his it was like a bright white light that outshone like the moon and the sun and everything. It was just bright in the sky. That's how Yang ended Elementalist in the dungeon. He punched so hard it caused like a white hole basically. And Horizon has something more ridiculous than that. Just in scope and magnitude. Maybe not in power. Maybe. Yang is kind of a monster in punching people. Also, Horizon can get drunk if he wants. Yeah, it operates on will. Which is why Haki kind of sucks as a power system, right? Because it's just Oda saying, I want this character to win, so they have more willpower today. Which is so stupid. I can't stand that. Ever since Haki got introduced, the tension in One Piece has plummeted significantly. Yeah, but Horizon would also be a Haki powerhouse, right? Because very few people would have more willpower than Horizon. Like bro has conviction to his ideals, and he's not changing them for anybody. Like he views himself as this one supreme king. So he would have all types and every subtype of Haki, and it would be strong. Yeah. He doesn't take the whole universe with him, basically. Yep. Power through it, just build determination, main character energy. But I would say Horizon hasn't had to show his determination much because he's just that much powerful than people, right? So he hasn't been tested that many times. But every time he has been tested though, he delivers. Like All for One had so much prep time and jumped him and barely survives even that. And then Gigantomachia, same thing, and he destroyed Gigantomachia. And then Tech, with all this, and Horizon just like does the brain thing and then gets up out of the chair. And like he has an epic fight, not at the end of this volume, at the end of the next volume is, that fight that everybody's been waiting for. Well, Yang's whole thing was that like his name Yang Shen means God of Light, which is coincidence, by the way. So I was like, okay, I'll just use this for the ending, right? Because he becomes a demigod at the end of that book. So he becomes the God of Light. And the whole thing is that like people know adventurers go down into the dungeon and fight, and that adventurers are strong. But most people don't know how strong adventurers are. So his biggest fight, punching through the city, out into the streets, into the sky, so everybody can see, is very important too, because it sets the tone for like the next book, if I ever get to that. Because Dan Mackey ending, oh my god, hot garbage. The hottest garbage. Because they now finished the Freya vs. Hestia Familiar nonsense, which was trash, and Freya out, so I have no reason to watch the read Dan Mackey, but like now they have to do the One-Eye Black Dragon. Yeah, the One-Eye Black Dragon nonsense in Dan Mackey, and like eyes, actually garbage, terrible, like bullshit backstory of she's like 1,000 years old or some shit from the dungeon because the mom's a spirit. Like, oh my god, that shit sucks. Yeah, Yang is that terrible main character, I'll definitely say that. I honestly, he's not even my favorite character. He's like number 5, because because my number 1 is Freya, number 2 is Tali, then Wealth, then Who will it be? Then next would probably be um, Hephaestus, right? So that's my So the Yang is like literally number 5. Oh wait, no, Riveria. Riveria would be and Finn. So Yang is number like 7, right? Because my favorite character in all of Danmaki is Finn. Like, it doesn't look that way from my web novel. The one-eyed owl, and his daughter, the other one-eyed owl. Yeah, I never really got into Tokyo Ghoul because the premise just seems so dumb. Granted, whenever Arima fights, like that's spectacle. But aside from him fighting, there's not much in Tokyo Ghoul I like because I'm not a very character focused person. So like I don't care about characters developing, right? I care about like world the world rolling forward. Yeah, it is emo shit. So like that doesn't do it for me. Characters suffering doesn't do anything for me. Because I don't care. I want to see competent people do epic shit. That's what I want. Which is why I write Horizon, because Horizon's entire thing is that he's completely character driven. So there is no plot, there is no goal, there is no objective. It's just him doing whatever he wants, and I have to make it entertaining. So it's a good challenge. But Tokyo Ghoul is some emo shit. And also, doesn't that shit have like 3 endings? Like Attack on Titan style? Also, MHA released the epilogue, right? That didn't do shit because the ending still sucks. And then JJK released the epilogue that made it worse. That made the ending worse. Because Yuta has a kid. We don't know who the mom is, but we assume it's Maki. Yeah, it's just him being him. That's all you need, right? Because Yuta has grandkids. Sorry, Yuta has grandkids, right? And yeah, Yuta has grandkids with supposedly Maki, and then Yuji and the girl who liked him still haven't gone together. Like they're supposed to be married with kids by now. What? So like, the ending for Jujutsu Kaisen did literally nothing. Also, Sukuna is still alive. Sukuna is still alive because one Sukuna finger still exists. And like one finger Sukuna could kill 99% of the verse. So when Yuta and when Yuji die and some dumbass eats that finger, nobody can stop Sukuna. Like, it's just over. Especially if it works how I think it works. Because I think Sukuna fingers work that when you destroy them, the power is divided among the other fingers. Yeah, it's the middle finger. Because right, Sukuna's finger, they aren't him. They're a connection to his soul. The items bring the soul from the other side of afterlife into the mortal body. So technically they aren't batteries, they're gateways, they're keys. So if all the keys are broken or destroyed, right, it doesn't affect what's behind the door. It just means you have less access points. Which means that one key should be able to access 20 fingers of power. So if somebody eats that, they don't have a Gojo to do 95% of the work and then them clean up. There is no other Gojo. Yuta tried his best. He ain't Gojo. He is not him. He's a Gary Stu who couldn't even do his job properly, who fumbled bodies left and right? Because he had like Maki liking him, and then, no, sorry, my kind of thing with Megumi, I think. Yeah, the Sukuna fingers, they're supposed to be like a pathway for the power of the soul to come back into the world of the living. So you aren't destroying the soul, you're breaking one bridge, and if you have one bridge left, all the walkers go through that one bridge. So the next person who eats that finger, unless they have a Gojo, an Yuta, and a Yuji, and a few other things, they're gonna die. Because Sukuna now has all that battle information, and he's gonna pack up the entire world. So that middle finger, very appropriate. But again, right? This is what I was talking about here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here, here, this shit. This is what Gege and goddamn. Well, Horikoshi's better at it, right? But Horikoshi fumbled the progress part. He showed progress, but he had too much backsliding, right? But Gege fumbled this, the most important part, because the promises were good. The promises were Gojo's the strongest. Yuji's gonna one way or another destroy all 20 fingers, right? Those are the two promises of Jujutsu Kaisen, right? And then we get to the progress part. The progress was okay, right? Yuji was getting stronger, Gojo was still the strongest, everything was good. People were dying, but they weren't part of those promises. They were part of the promise that Gojo said at the very beginning. He said, Jujutsu sorcerers live lives full of darkness, misery, and pain. And if you choose to live instead of getting executed now, you would suffer every day. And that's exactly what's happening. So it's a good promise and progress. It just happens that the readers don't like it because we aren't used to that kind of story, right? And then he fumbled the fuck out of the payoff. Like, the fumble, oh my god. Like, this man was determined to fumble everything he set up. Because all he had to do was have Gojo beat the shit out of Sukuna. Not even by much. He could have won by an inch, not a mile, by an inch. Right? And then Sukuna says, you know what? I need more power. I'm gonna do the merger right now. Because the merger kinda just disappears after Sukuna dies, right? So that is really it. And then it would be Sukuna with the merger, right? A weakened Sukuna with the merger. Or just Sukuna the merger and Gojo fighting in a Mexican standoff, right? Yeah, Gege hates his fans, bro. He did that to spit on the grave, crip walk on the grave. But like, it would just be, and the promise of Gojo, right, is that power can't solve everything, and eventually these students would one day stand beside him and surpass him. So it made sense that he would die, and they would be the final nail in the coffin for Sukuna, right? But all they had to do was like use the merger to not sully the name of Satoru Gojo because the fans love him. That's it. That's a cash cow. And then have Gojo with the help of everybody to show that he's not lonely at the top anymore. That his students reached him. They showed him love. Because that's the whole thing, right? How do you show somebody who's at the summit love? And Gojo could never understand, but Sukuna always understood. He understood that them trying their best to reach you is love. Right? And he accepts their love. But Gojo never understood because he doesn't care about people trying to reach him. He cares about filling the void Suguru Geto left. He cares about having somebody who could look at him eye level. That's his way of seeing love. He doesn't see the people below of him as capable of giving him love until they can reach his level. Right? So all you had to do was have Sukuna and the merger, like fuse or whatever, do the fusion dance, and then Gojo and all of his students, who now like, well, they would have to get power crept a lot, right? But they could do that. It's a shonen, it's a final arc, right? You get power crept. They had like 3 months time skip. Yeah, and then all the characters would show him love by standing at his level, and they would take on Sukuna and the merger and Kenjaku together. Yeah, Baki's whole premise is Yujiro wants somebody who could stand toe to toe with him, right? Because that's how he views love. He views love as like a challenge. That's his thing. Yeah, and honestly, Yujiro is never gonna get that because the narrator loves him too much, right? So he's gonna be lonely forever. But you know, Gojo could have gotten love, but the narrator just Gege just hated that man. But it's also because like dark shonens don't really work unless it's like Berserk, which is like a seinen. So it's not even a shonen. But Megumi was supposed to be the main character after Yuji got his heart ripped out, and the editor was like, no, The fans like UG, keep UG. So Gary's whole plot got derailed. Because Sukuna was supposed to be the main villain from that point going forward. Yuji was supposed to die. And then Megumi becomes the main character. Kinda like Gon and Killua and the other guy. But yeah, he fumbled this. You can fumble this, right? You can fumble the promise, right? You could get away with being slow on this. Horikoshi fumbled this a few times, but this has more leeway. But if you fumble this, your story becomes dog shit. You can't mess up the ending. There's no room for error in the ending. Your ending must be perfect. So I'm scared for One Piece, right? Because Oda already destroyed this. He keeps adding to this, and every time he adds, it removes some of the importance from being the King of the Pirates. So he's like, King of the Pirates, sure. Revolutionary hero, that's above King of the Pirates now. Okay, Joy Boy, that's above that. Okay, Nika, Nika and Joy Boy are even higher up, right? So it's like, what is the point of being King of the Pirates if the world also needs if the world doesn't care? Because the world doesn't care about the King of the Pirates. The world cares about Joy Boy and Nika and the revolutionary hero. So the promise, he's doing it wrong. I would look him dead in his eyes and say, Oda, you're fumbling the promise. The progress, he's okay with it. The progress for One Piece has always been very linear. It's like, go to island. Some dude is a dictator on the island, but these people give me food, so I'll overthrow it. My favorite detective character is That's a tough one. I mean, technically it would be Batman, the detective, right? But if we go strictly as a detective, I mean, it would probably be Sherlock Holmes from the Guy Ritchie, Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. I studied those movies a lot to learn how to like write scenes and frame scenes and how to write a character smarter than you, because that's a big thing people struggle with. And Horizon is a million times smarter than me, a billion times smarter than me. But I don't watch like Detective Conan or anything like that. Mystery stuff isn't really my forte, right? Mystery stuff could be like a subplot to show off a character smart. It's not like I'm not somebody who watches like crime shows and stuff. I know there's like those answers count. Like it would be like Batman, Sherlock Holmes, The Flash, because The Flash is a detective, and he's like, according to Batman, Barry Allen, The Flash is like as close as you can get to being Batman. Yeah, Batman as just the detective is really good. Tim Drake too, but Tim Drake, nobody really cares about Tim Drake in terms of like writing a good story film, so he gets shafted a lot. But when Batman died, Tim Drake got the title of the detective of the world's best detective, right? DC Sherlock Holmes and Constantine is actually good too, but Constantine has moved away from being a detective, and he's more like a trickster like Loki. So, he's not really a detective these days. He's more like a deal maker and a trickster, like Rumpelstiltskin. But yeah, I mean it's the Detective Comics, right? So they have a lot. I mean the Justice League has three of the five of the best detectives in fiction on their roster, right? They have Batman at top, Tim Drake second, Barry Allen third, Detective Chimp fourth, Mr. Terrific five. Wait, sorry. The Question fourth, Detective Chimp fifth, Mr. Terrific sixth. And they have like Elongated Man seven. He's also a really good one, and he has some solo issues that show off how good he is. Yeah, Constantine used to be a detective, like paranormal investigator style detective, right? Like the Keanu Reeves Constantine movie is him being like a detective. He was trying to find like the Antichrist. He was literally like putting together a trail of like the cult and the woman and the demons, like trying to find the name and where they are. It's a detective show. But like in the modern era of comics, Constantine has become like, the drunk charlatan who's making deals and breaking contracts and not and getting away with it. He's become Loki. Yeah, that's what he's become now. He's become the drunk trickster who messes up everything. Yeah, but he used to be a detective. Like he was the gateway into like Justice League Dark, the original comics, and the foundation of Justice League Dark was like Batman was trying to solve the mystery of Jason Blood, who's like Etrigan, the demon Etrigan, right? Begun the form of man, now arise the demon Etrigan, and he transforms. Um, and he was like, I can't. He was like, I don't have the expertise to solve this, right? He was like, it takes too long. And he called up John Constantine, and then eventually John Constantine and Etrigan and Zatanna, and I think no, not Marshall Manhunter, some other person formed Swamp Thing, formed Justice League Dark. But like Constantine was the detective, because one thing you realize is that on every single Justice League roster, there is the detective. So like the main Justice League has two. They have the two of the best. They have the Flash Barry Allen, and they have Batman. Justice League Dark had Constantine. Um, Justice League International had the Martian Manhunter, who's also like a top 10 detective in comics. So the Justice League has like 8 of them actually. Damn. And then the Legion of Superheroes has Brainiac 5. And they have like a future version of, I think, The Question. Right? And they have Connell, who's like Superman, but like they crank up his intelligence because he's like future Superboy. And then Justice Society of America has Blue Beetle Ted Kord, who's like in the world of in DC Comics and the DC universe, he's like Batman's predecessor. He's like the original gadgets and detective skills and technology superhero. Right? So like in publication, Batman was created first, but they usually roll it back so that like Batman and Superman and all of them started the Justice League after the Legion, the Justice Society of America. So he's like Batman's inspiration. But yeah, writing a detective is very difficult. So I see why people try not to like focus on that stuff. Because writing a character smarter than you is hard. But it's not that hard when you like actually sit down and try to learn about it. Like I've done it and I'll make videos on it. So yeah. But my favorite detective as a detective is probably Batman. But those comics are getting harder to find. Yeah, that's Wally West Flash, right? That's not Barry Allen, because Barry Allen has training in magic. Yeah, but that's like a big retcon thing they tend to do now because of Young Justice. It got so popular that they kind of blend the Young Justice personality into the comics. Like Aqualad was created for Young Justice, the Black Calderon, and then he became a comic book character, right? And in the comics, he sucks. He's like a Teen Titan, and he's trash. He's worthless basically, and he's like a pride token character. He's a gay black dude in the team basically. And then Batman has mystic training, like a lot of mystical training, but according to John Constantine, his heart is too dark. He can't like stay balanced. So if he learns any more magic, like the demons will just start swarming around them. Like they'll start to like try to reach for his soul. It's the same reason why he can't have like a Green Lantern ring, because he has like the most willpower of any human, like more than even Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan. But but his name keeps like villains up at night. His name inspires such fear that the green and yellow rings fighting over him, so none can like claim him permanently. So you can only use it for like one attack, and then he has to put it away. But yeah, like I don't like when media does that. Like they cancelled Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes because the MCU got popular, and they wanted Avengers Assembled to be like the next thing, and that sucked. Like the first bit was good, but then they got to like the Cabal, and after the Cabal, it just fell apart. Granted, that is the first like cartoon where like Hyperion was in it. Yeah, I hate when people try to like mystify Gotham. Like Gotham is cursed. That's why it's such a shitty place, right? Like all that crap. Like I don't like that. I like when Batman comics are just about people being shitty, not like it's not their fault. They're just cursed, right? It's on an ancient burial ground, or the Waynes genocided. Like I don't like Secret Origins. Like Secret Origins ruin characters. Like the secret origin of Tony Stark, where like he was a he was genetically modified as a kid by aliens to be extra smart. Like nobody asked for that, and then turns out like it wasn't him, it was somebody else. He was actually adopted to take that person's place, so the aliens didn't find out. And like, why? Nobody asked for that complicated nonsense. Just have your character be smart. That there's nothing wrong with humans just being smart. Yeah, like mystifying Gotham is just so dumb. It's so stupid. Like Batman writers need to relax. It's not that complicated. Gotham sucks because of corruption and crime. You don't need to magic it away. But that's when they get too worried, right? They get to be like, okay, the fans will say Batman has been here for 5, 10 years and nothing has changed. So I can't they will be like, I can't make it that Batman is the reason nothing has changed. I have to make it some other things, like magic is why I can't change, and he doesn't know about magic, so he can't make permanent change. Yeah, like they love to bring back dead characters. One thing I hate about comics too is that like the hero like is related to all the villains, right? Like Superman doesn't really have this problem because he has Lex Luthor, but like Spider Man has this problem in spades, right? Because the Green Goblin is your best friend's dad. Your best friend becomes the new Goblin. Your girlfriend becomes wherever the hell Mary Jane was in the comics, right? Your professor, two of your professors, sorry, become supervillains, Doc Ock and Lizard, right? Um, what else was it? What else was it? It was like there was someone else. There was something else. Oh right, your high school bully becomes Venom. What? Why? Why the hell is Eddie Brock becoming Venom? And there was some other one, right? Mm, I think he had like a twin at one point. He had like a twin brother, twin sister, who also got spider powers, right? So I'll throw that in there. Like all this nonsense, like I hate that so much. Like how many spiders are out there biting everybody you know, bro? Like is your whole family like just petting radioactive spiders? Is that happening? Yeah, I don't like when that happens. Oh, and also Sandman happens to be the guy who killed your uncle like 2 years ago. Like, what? Why? Yeah, it's also because writers don't know how to make audiences invested. Yeah, clone, not twin. Yeah, like writers don't know how to make audience invested. So like they don't know how to have a character that's not like best friends with the hero be a good villain, right? At least in Marvel they don't, because like in Marvel, God, like every hero is related to their villains, bro. Like Wolverine makes sense because like they're cloning him, so of course they're gonna be his kids, right? But like, is every member of the Summers family just a supervillain? For the guy who's supposed to be like a foster kid who got adopted by Charles Xavier basically, and his entire family is Omega level mutants. Like seriously? Or like Storm is like a Kenyan goddess princess. She happens to be a Kenyan goddess princess, right? Like, do we need that? Or the Incredible Hulk and like his cousin? I think the origin for She-Hulk was like a blood transfusion or some shit, right? She becomes a Hulk too, and then Thunderbolt Ross becomes. Yeah, Wolverine makes sense because they were cloning him, so his DNA is out there, right? But like, why does Cyclops' entire family need to be Omega level mutants? Right? Why do they need to be the villains? Yeah. Yeah, like that. I really like Marvel needs to get their shit together. Like it doesn't need like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they don't explain it, but I'm saying like it doesn't need to be like that, right? Like Batman isn't best friends with all his villains before they turn, right? Joker is a random, Harley Quinn's a random, Penguin they try to usually have some feud between him and the Waynes, but he's a random. The Riddler is a random. Like I mostly work for Wayne Enterprises, but like most of Gotham works for Wayne Enterprises. Freeze is a random. Clayface is sometimes his best friend if it's Waylon Jones, right? I think Waylon Jones is the actor, right? Yeah, Waylon Jones. No, Waylon Jones is the second Clayface. The first Clayface was like his friend. The second and third are like randoms. Metamorpho is a random. Like, you know, Batman doesn't have that many villains who are like his friends and family. Spider Man has like 9 or 10. Like it gets ridiculous. Yeah, Marvel they ruined the whole Summers family and tried to put duct tape and bandages and that shit and it failed. They just need to retcon that whole shit and make Cyclops a goddamn oh wait, that was his Croc, right? I know that the first Clayface is like one of Batman's friends. He was a lead detective, so he's like a hero. But they killed him, so he retired, right? Like the second one is like the actor, and the third one is like assassin for the League of Shadows, or League of Assassins, right? But like the whole Summers family needs to be wiped out and retconned, and Jean Grey needs to die and stay dead forever. That bitch ruins every single story she's in. She ruins everything. Like, thank God X Men 97 didn't do any Dark Phoenix bullshit because every time the Phoenix. Oh, Two Face. Well, Two Face wasn't really like his Bruce Wayne's friend though. He was working with Batman. And that's why he got targeted, so that's fine, right? Because Joker targeted Two Face because Dent was working with Batman. Yeah. Like there are some and they make sense, but like they were targeted because they're close to Batman or because they know who he is, so they want to make his life miserable. But Spider-Man coincidentally has like three professors. He's just randomly in their class become supervillains. Like, like why? Why does that need to happen? And God, Green Lantern, he's also pretty bad, like Hal Jordan. Carol Danvers becoming a Pink Lantern or Indigo Lantern is the most dog shit origin ever. Because he broke her heart, so she became a lantern. Like what? So it didn't have one other more heartbroken woman in the world. I'm sure there are a lot of heartbroken women in the world. She couldn't be top one. Especially because she barely liked him. But like that's a big part of like why I wrote Horizon the way it is. Because if you notice, right, MHA tries to make Deku and the villains connect. Like the only time Deku didn't, yeah, he suffered. The only time Deku didn't like connect with a villain was Overhaul. With Overhaul, Deku was just standing on business, which is why it's his best time. Yeah, I don't get the obsession with making Spider-Man stuff either. My pitch for a Spider-Man story, right, would literally be the story starts with him swinging through New York. He lands on a roof, right, and he looks in, and it's like a middle school dance recital or something. And his daughter is on stage, and Mary Jane is in the front row, right, and the seat next to her is empty, and he's in full Spider-Man gear. And when he's about to go change and go in, he hears sirens, and he has to go be Spider-Man, right? And she looks up at him because she knows like her dad's Spider-Man, and she just sees him like swing off. So Spider-Man is preventing Peter Parker from being in his daughter's life, right? And then throughout the story, he would meet and train Miles, and at the end of the story, it would be Miles swinging and landing on that roof and looking through the window, the skylight, and seeing Peter and MJ in the front row with the daughter on the stage, and then he'd smile at them and she'd wave at him, and the sirens would happen and he'd swing off. So it would literally be Peter Parker gets to live his perfect life because Miles Morales takes over. But Marvel writers just insist on like the only time Peter Parker retires is when Carnage bites off his leg. Yeah, so I guess he can't be happy, right? And the story I just pitched would take like what, 5, 6 comic book issues? It would literally be he meets Miles issue 1, and then issue 2 they train. Issue 3 it becomes a lot. Issue 4 he gets hurt. Issue 5 Miles takes over. That'd be it. Like, yeah. But comic book writers insist on making Peter Parker suffer. Tell me, if I got permission from Marvel to write like Marvel Simplified and just go from main character joins X-Men all the way to Annihilation Wave, it would be beautiful. It would be the perfect thing for my favorite story payoff. Huh. My favorite story payoff would be. This is tough because I usually see them like ahead of time coming. It would be either Captain America lifting Thor's hammer, or or when Sam with Wiki got the Matrix of Leadership in Revenge of the Fallen. I think it would have to be one of those. But I like the what was the first one I said? Captain America with the hammer, because it was foreshadowed a lot, right? And the entire MCU, what is called it, the MCU phase, the entire phase before Infinity War Endgame was Captain America, was everybody doubting if Captain America was still like, God's righteous man according to Ultron. That him lifting the hammer proved that he still was, right? So I think that's a good one because that's years of build up. That or what is that next good payoff, but uh movie payoff, intentional movie payoff. I'm thinking long form. Like, what's a long form movie payoff? That was just really good. Huh. Those might be my top two. Sam getting the Matrix of Leadership was also really good, right? Because the thing with Sam is that in the first movie, okay, there's the Mexican kid, like the Batman Retired and Batman Beyond. Oh, the pilot to Batman Beyond, or the last episode of Justice League Unlimited, where Amanda Waller is like the main character, talking to Terry McGinnis about how like she manipulated his parents' DNA and stuff for him to become Batman. That that could be that is probably number one actually, because like if I'm looking for inspiration for like a good political intrigue story, I go rewatch the Justice League Unlimited Cadmus arc, where it's like Amanda Waller versus the League from the Task Force X episode onward, and the whole thing of like her hating the Justice League so much, and then in her old age, she's the first person to say that like the world can't exist without Batman was a lot, because they had beef like ridiculous. They hated each other, but she was like the world can't exist without Batman, and I think that's like a beautiful like full circle moment for her, because she went from hating them to like I need them, yeah. And like Lex Luthor had a good one too, right? Where he is the one who saved the universe from Darkseid. So like in the end, he ended up saving the universe and Superman. But I think Amanda Waller's development is better. But Batman retiring is a good one, right? But it also like makes things a bit strange because he's supposed to have a daughter. Because like in the tie-in comic for Justice League Unlimited, Batman and Wonder Woman do get together in that universe, and they're supposed to have a daughter or something. So like, where is Dan and the daughter? Like, are they just in Themyscira because he's getting old and they don't want to watch him die? Yeah, it was 1,000 years later. Yeah, 1,000 years later, Doctor Mr. Freeze with 1,000 years, and then still lost to Batman. The Batman, yeah, 2003, the Batman, who, by the way, he is the Batman for the Teen Titans Robin. There was some good payoffs in that too, like the Justice League finally forming and inviting him to the Watchtower. That was a good one. That is probably one of my favorite Batman moments. Yep, 1,000 years, and he still lost, got folded. Yeah, Freeze had a mental breakdown when he saw about the holograms. I'm thinking of like another big payoff, right? Mm-hmm. What the hell? What other thing is there a big payoff in? The thing is, oh, I think the biggest one might be Attack on Titan, right? The name of the first episode is From You, 1,000 years in the future or something, or 100 years in the future. So like the loop was from episode one. Like Attack on Titan is masterfully crafted. Just some of the choices made while crafting it are questionable, right? I didn't like the Tim Drake one, honestly, because it just felt so random, like they didn't know what to do with the character. Like he become Joker, then he retired, then he got turned back into Joker. I keep watching the words on the screen, right? Should I pop all the chat? Is that this how it went? Yeah. Yeah, Tim Drake becoming Joker. That um that felt so random to me. Yeah, but it just felt out of place for the tone of the show. Because like they kinda introduced him just to show that. So like why introduce a beloved character and then do that to him? Oh, one of my favorite payoffs, right? In an episode, a single episode is from Batman the Brave and the Bold, where Etrigan, well Jason Blood, transports him back in time, right, to solve a mystery. And when he comes out of the circle, Sherlock Holmes and Watson are there, and Sherlock Holmes gives a full breakdown of who he probably is, right? And he guesses the name and everything. And then Batman just goes, Sherlock Holmes, I presume. And the entire episode, Sherlock Holmes shows that like he is the better detective than Batman, right? Because yeah, he wanted to prove that, right? And because he couldn't figure out Batman's name, but with one look, Batman knew exactly who Sherlock Holmes was. So he had like this one-sided rivalry, and then at the end of the episode, he's like, "Okay, I give up. Like, how did you know who I was?" And Batman says, "Everyone knows who you are. You're Sherlock Holmes, the world's greatest detective." And I think that is like perfect way to like have your character arc be the payoff, because he spent all episode festering over like how the hell is this guy a better detective than me, because like he knows who I am but I couldn't know who he is. And then he's like, oh, it's because you're the best detective ever. I'm Sherlock Holmes was like, oh, that's how he knew, right? So he didn't even think of like himself like that, because he was like, he wants to prove it to himself, but he never thought of like how the future would see him. Yeah, that I would say is like a perfect example of how to do like a good payoff and have it be like a character moment. Like it's written so good. Like him just saying, everyone knows who you are. You're Sherlock Holmes, the world's greatest detective. Like it's so good. That's the kind of writing that I like when I think about how I want character interactions to go after all this festering, or like how the resolution should be when they're talking. That's how I want it to go. Yeah, and like it's from like a 22-minute episode. It's like it's not even long, but like the way they show it, it's so good. Like it's so good. I don't even know if I could. Yeah, I can't. But in terms of payoff, that's I think is like it's just so good. Like I can't even put into words. Like I'm a writer, and I can't even put into words how good it is, because that's everything you want. Like, cause because like the me too, like me as like a viewer, I assume like, okay, it's because he's Sherlock Holmes, right? Yeah, good writing. Yeah, exactly. Because as the viewer, you know, like, oh, Batman of all people must have studied everything Sherlock Holmes did. But Sherlock Holmes was like trying to figure it out. Yep. Yeah, but that one line, just the payoff for that was so good. because it was a plot payoff and an emotional payoff all in one, which is exactly what you wanted. That's Luke destroying the Death Star, but for that episode, right? Because not as many people invested in it because it's not as big a plot, but like, it's just, I can't stop thinking about it like that. It's so good. But if I think of like, I think about like a good payoff that's simple to like understand, it's that. Another good one is Guardians of the Galaxy. In the first one, Rocket said, I didn't ask to be made. I didn't ask to be torn apart and put together over and over and over and over until I became something. And like in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, they showed like what he was talking about. And then there's Guardians of the Galaxy had a few of these too. James Gunn is like I'm convinced that Superman movie is gonna be really like epic because James Gunn is really good at well, everything that's on my screen right now, right? And even in the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, he had one of the Zandari pilots, and he had like a rivalry with Rocket Raccoon. And at the end of the first fight, at the end of the first movie, when they were in the big fight, he was gonna die, and the person he called out was Rocket, which I think is like, it's a really good like showing for somebody who had like maybe 30 seconds of screen time across the whole movie, and it showed his full character arc. Like, he doesn't trust these criminals. He begrudgingly fighting alongside you, and then in his last moment, he's calling like the criminals for help, and it wasn't even like come help, come save me. It was like, it was kind of like one of those moments where like, I'm gonna die, so like you need to like take over from here. So like payoff doesn't even have to be like big. But then like James Gunn also does like the dance battle to save the universe when Quill and Ronan. So like, two sides of the same coin kinda. Yeah, like, it's, he can swing hard either way. I think Thanos is a good payoff too. Like, it doesn't seem that way, but the introduction scene to Thanos in Infinity War is actually one of the biggest payoff scenes in the MCU. Because if you think about it, right, the MCU started with Incredible Hulk, Iron Man, and Thor, right? And then Loki started the Avengers, and in all of Phase 1 and most of Phase 2, the threat was Loki and the Tesseract. And then Thanos came in, and he literally broke Loki's neck with one hand, and then crushed the Tesseract with his other hand. He's literally up in the stakes with his bare hands. And this is the payoff too, because people are wondering like, when you start the next week, can you give a date for it? Because I want to try and catch you writing live. Yeah, well, you can definitely catch me writing live, because after this stream, I'm gonna do the video on the stuff in the background. Then I'm gonna do a video where like I'm writing live. Like, I'll show you, right. I'll do a video where I fill out all this. So I do like this stuff. This is the one for Harry Potter, right? And I do all of this stuff for a completely original idea. Whoa, a completely original idea, and then I will write it live for the video. Yeah, which I think is pretty cool. Like, I think people will like to see that. And I made the whole claim that like, this channel is all about like being transparent, right? So yeah, but right now my streams aren't they don't have dates, because it's just like whenever I wake up and I stream, right? So the stream is usually me preparing the content for the video. So like, I'll record the next video, then I have to like put on a hoodie or change my shirt or something, and immediately record the next one. But yeah, in the first one I wrote live. In the first one, right? I don't know, did you watch the first stream? I think it's the first stream. Yeah, at around 258, but it starts properly at 250. Yeah. Yeah, well, then you saw me right in live, or maybe you left. But this fanfic was recommended. A 10 step, no godhood for dummies, sorry. And I basically took pretty much all of okay, everything like here. I put it into one page on camera, like live, because all of that really just comes down to this, literally, when you do it properly. Not that that guy, like, you know. Oh, the second one, sorry, yeah, the second one. At around two, well, the explanation starts at 250, but it's around 2 hours 58 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty good writing. Like it gives a good example of like how to break down the stuff properly. It's raw, so no editing, of course. But like, yeah. But is there anything specific you want to see me do? Because I mean, I'm here now. You're gonna ask me to rewrite, to re rewrite your chapter one. Actually, do you even have chapter one up right now? Jack Hanma. Mystery drama. The main genre. Drama isn't the main. Drama and mystery are usually subplots, right? So drama isn't a genre. I wouldn't put drama as a genre. I'd put it as a conflict point, a conflict result in the story, right? So every story has conflict, and that conflict is the drama. Right? So drama just means high conflict. Mystery, uh, normally for mystery, where is it? Okay, for mystery, this is the most important thing. This and, god damn it, and this, right? So I'll give an example. What did I use? Harry Potter, Titanic. Okay, Titanic is a good one, right? So the mystery in Titanic, the movie is the heart of the sea, right? The gem. But if you want to make the mystery in the actual flashback part of the movie, the main movie, you would simply, you wouldn't have somebody killed, but like you would have somebody lie. So instead of Jack being honest about like him being poor and not even affording ticket, like winning it that bet on shit, you would have him sneak onto the ship and say, "Yeah, I'm a prince from Wales or some shit like that." And then throughout the story, you have him take steps forward and back in the lie, and she slowly collects the clues or is oblivious to the clues, right? And it will slowly build over time. But mystery is all about the progress, right? Because if you leave enough clues, it'll be satisfying. But if you don't leave any clues, the audience won't be satisfied. So that's the main key in mystery. The payoff and the promise are pretty obvious. Because like if the mystery is like a whodunit, which is, hold on, it's, where is it? What the hell? Okay, mystery here, right? Page turners, suspense, whodunit, right? So the page turner would be like Jack. It would be like waiting for Jack to get exposed. So Horizon's kind of a mystery, right? Because the mystery is like, when is he gonna get exposed? What is he gonna say? Like, what's gonna happen, right? So it's kind of a mystery in that respect, but it's a mystery subplot, not a mystery plot. if the mystery is the main plot, then you have to focus a lot more on that. And the promise is always very clear. The promise and the payoff. So the promise in that page enough, like for what I just described with Jack and Rose, would be eventually he's gonna get caught because he can't keep this up forever, right? So maybe in the movie he confesses, but eventually it has to come out, and then it recontextualizes everything he has in the movie. Because the fun of it, the only the capable one. In my Marvel story, Emma Frost is the more capable finance person. So for a lot of it, she's more capable than the main character. He's just science. Yeah, but I find that that kind of story where like it's equal partners is too easy to write. But what I was saying about the mystery, oh yeah, yeah. So if you focus on this, right, it builds is all about tension. It keeps people turning the page, right? When is he gonna get found? When is he gonna lie? When she gonna catch on? And the promise is that she eventually she'll find out or he'll get away. And the payoff is him finding out or him getting away. And then a who done it, which is like a murder on the Orient Express, right, where everyone's in a train and somebody gets killed. The promise is that you'll find out who gets killed by the end of the book, and the payoff is you find out who gets killed. So the progress is everything in mystery because the progress is the breadcrumbs, and the audience has to be able to solve the mystery before the person. So if you're going for a page turner, you tell them the answer at the start, and you keep cranking the suspense every page, so they have to keep turning the page. And if you're going for who done it, you don't tell them, but you give them breadcrumbs, and you have everybody act shifty. So yeah, that's usually that's my big breakdown for mysteries. For the character for the woman being smarter than the guy, that reveals between Horizon and Pixie Bob, then I might have to write a female main character, right? Because I don't like to read or write um, main characters who aren't competent. It's like whoever is the more capable, smarter person, it would be the main character in my book. Because I mean, there's a reason the Sherlock Holmes books aren't focused on Watson, right? He's not the main character for a reason. It's also an audience thing, right? So if you do this, the audience will be like, why isn't this person the main character? They're so much more interesting. Because the audience doesn't like. Okay, because part of the audience, right, sees themselves in the main character, so they don't want to feel like they're less competent than somebody else in a book. This is why towards the end of like the hero's journey and stuff, the hero usually becomes powerful and comes back home and teaches people what he learned, right? Because that's what the audience wants to feel. If you're like yeah, seeing her take on why she likes him, maybe he just makes her laugh. Maybe he's just that good in bed, you know? That's easy to justify. To them, to the audience, it's more difficult, right? Because, like it or not, people have their software, their primal software. So if they see like a supremely capable woman and like a regular man, it feels weird. That's why it's safer to have like the man be more capable for general audiences. But you can definitely do it. I mean, the everyman exists, right? He's like supposed to be like every Adam Sandler movie is just him, a regular dude, and some supermodel for his wife, right? So it exists. Like Hotel Transylvania is a good example, right? Mavis is super hot, but like Johnny is a regular dude. If she walks out that gas station, she'll find like 20 Johnnies. Yeah. But there's a reason it's rare to see. It's because like in a in a movie, it's easy to have it happen, right? Because the movie is so fast paced that the audience doesn't usually have time to stop and think. But in a fantasy book or something, right? It's slower. Or like if or like in Harry Potter it works, right? Because Hermione isn't romantically involved with Harry. And it works with Ron because Ron, while Hermione is easily overwhelmed and stuff, Ron keeps his cool so they balance out. So that's like a good example of why that relationship works. Because in the first movie, Hermione was getting overwhelmed. Harry was like, didn't know what to do. And Ron was the one who said, like, no, no, no. Me and Hermione need to sacrifice ourselves on the chessboard and Harry needs to go forward. Like, when it comes to it, Ron is scared, but he knows how to keep his cool in dangerous situations a lot. That's why Hermione gravitated towards him and not Harry. Also, Harry has Ginny, so, like, that's a thing. But, yeah. So it's safer to do it like that, like they fulfill each other's roles as equals, kind of. But if you do it like the woman is like supremely capable and the man is not, general audiences won't really enjoy that. So like the first thing up here, right? Planning, focus on the audience, right? So before anything else, you have to think, will the audience even bother reading this thing? And if Horizon and Pixie were swapped, I don't think they would. Like that's just built-in sexism. I don't think they would, because that's kind of like nature, right? They're like, what? Like, why is? Because the guys will be like, out of the male audience will be like, I want a girl who's this amazing to take care of me. And then they think about it for a second and they be like, okay, how the hell would my ego and my pride handle a girl taking care of me? And then the female audience is like, why is this supremely capable woman with this loser? So it's a lose-lose. So like it or not, no matter how progressive the world wants to think it is, like it's general audiences really aren't. Like I'm sure if you go into like the LGBTQ section of like book Amazon and stuff, you'll find a lot of these, right? My book, Girl Boss Wife. Yeah, well, if you're doing it just for you, then it doesn't really matter, right? Did you watch my first video? The actual video, not the live stream. In my actual first video, it says that like I'll just show you, right? In my actual first video, it says that, where is it? Documents for channel, long-term plan. Yeah, well, you should definitely watch it, right? Yeah, it says not hobbyist, right? So hobbyists, I said in the video, like, hobbyists can do whatever they want, right? Like, hobbyists can do whatever they want. But yeah, like, if you're going for like if you're going for like an audience, a general target audiences, writing a supremely capable woman and a regularly capable man is very difficult to do and have a keep your audience, which is why like Annabeth or Annabella, whatever the hell she name is, and Percy Jackson and Hermione are both supremely capable compared to the guys, but Percy's the one who saves the day, and Harry's the chosen one, so they have to save the day, right? Not the girl who's better in literally every way. And you can do it, but like the guy has to bring something like Ron and Hermione, how like he brings the emotional intelligence, she's like everything else. But in a lot of their situations, emotional intelligence is all they need, right? Because they deal with people. They aren't killing dragons, they're dealing with people, and they're in school and there's all this stuff. So like, and Ron can definitely hold his own towards like the third and fourth book when they actually get together. Well, show feelings for each other. The one shot for the speedster quote. No, I do not actually remember that. Wait, in the Discord if I can. I'll do it quick. A quick rewrite for a speedster quote. But yeah, like the girl boss female thing, it can work, but like the guy has to fill in the blanks for her. Like in Hunger Games, Katniss is like the most dangerous person in the field, but Peter knows how to talk to people and deal with people and manipulate the media, and she just sucks at that. So it works. But having somebody like Horizon who's good at everything as your web novel. Oh. What the hell is it? Shake, no me. Is it jacket fruit? Is this with like Gojo's powers? Chicago, yeah. Ah, okay. Okay. This would be a lot easier if I could copy everything, right? So, fleeting moments. Yeah, I always like to see how people use Gojo's abilities because I have a JJK freaking background, right? So I have to see like Gojo fights. I how like the fan base interprets his abilities. Granted, I think my Gojo fights are peak. Definitely peak. At least, yeah, like definitely peak. Especially the last like two. Now I'll just read it here. Okay, so it's MHA. The sound of police sirens was heard as more and more police cars surrounded the buildings. Blah blah blah. James Hadia. Okay. If you say Jimmy, the audience normally assumes it's James. So, I mean, you could write that differently, but it's no big deal. No, this is not how you do this. I'm sorry if I'm being like very critical. I'm just looking at it how I'd look at one of my chapters. He's fairly tall at least. He's like, what is that, like 6'3"? 6'3"? Like an inch shorter than Horizon. Horizon's like 190, 190 centimeters, I think. Star Stripe is 189, I think. She's 6'3" or 6'4". Horizon's like 6'5". All Might is 7'2" or 6. No, All Might is 6'8". One for All is 7'2". I mean, All for One is 7'2". I'm missing a comma. Okay, da da da. When did you write this? Like a year ago? I assume it's a year ago, right? Okay, I need to stop getting distracted. Yeah, I'll show you. Captain James to do second in command, half sprinting. Command, half sprinting. Yeah, I assumed that a long time ago. The quality is different from the last um time I read a Jack chapter, which is like yesterday I think or the day before. It's noticeable. Mm. Ah, just to fit everything in. Yeah, that's a tall ask to fit everything into like one chapter, like stuff it down. Uh, tell me some good news, Ocean. His name is pronounced like Ocean. I assume is it pronounced like Ocean? It's Ocean. If that was the goal, then you're missing the mark entirely. If the goal is to show off the quick. Especially because it's super speed, so you have the chance to show off the quick like at any point you want. Did you call the ID? What? God damn it! Call the captain's face got to lose someone as he now had to play his least favorite game, which now he had to play his least favorite game. Uh okay, that to rephrase. Did you call the hey cap? Okay, wrong grammar, wrong syntax. Sorry, son of a bitch. Okay, you don't put he and he laughed. You pick one or the other. Impulse. Okay, he's battling. Okay, I see. Okay, well then yeah, you could have ripped away more from the source material, and just had him do the impulse thing and show up. Okay, he's starting to sound like Rude Runner now. Beep beep, and he disappears. Sound effects are fine. You can't stack them, right? You can't say haha he laughed. Can't do that. Because then the audience, the reader gets their brain gets sleepy because you're repeating the same thing and they have to and it gets them into the habit of skimming your words. Yeah. You just don't want people to get in the habit of skimming your words because you're repeating content. That's what you don't want. Mm-hmm. Taking my time to read through this because it's been a while since I've had to read anything actually. We have for inside the bank around 7 hostages, all in the main room, confirmed by someone on the inside before they lost contact. We can identify one of the criminals' powers being a mutant, the crocker. Okay, so this is a DC fic, right? A mutation type cloak, right? Okay, sorry. Wow, I completely forgot they categorize cloak as mutant types. MHA writer, by the way. Okay, this is something I learned to write. I still make this habit sometimes. You don't put psi, and basically you would either put psi and like this with the asterisk, and then go into this dialogue, or you would say impulse side, and then the dialogue would start. Yeah. Well, right now I'm just critiquing like grammar stuff, right? But I'll get into the like style stuff in a bit. Is this name Ocean or Ocean? Like, how is it pronounced? Only the khaki god would know. Chuckles, okay. Okay, so it's Ocean or Ocean. Hmm. I guess in James Bond wannabes in the crowd. Man, it's slit eyes and a long tongue nodded. Okay, now you're confusing the reader. Yeah, that's fine. Now you're confusing the reader because you went from the leader and the other guy talking, right? So Smoke Guy and the other guy. And then Smoke Guy saw the brother, so the camera switch over to the brother. Then the other guy, then switch back to the other guy. Then it talked back to then the other guy said make sure none of them in the crowd wants to try some James Bond shit, right? And then it cuts back to the crocodile guy, right? But the problem is this is a three-way conversation and you've only described two things. One of them is a crocodile and one of them is blowing out smoke. So the other guy is definitely, he can't talk because he's blowing out smoke, right? So it's the lizard guy the camera goes back to. But your audience can still get confused. So this needs to like tighten up. You need to put in a subject somewhere here. Snakehead works, but like they're brothers. You've assumed that you've established that they're brothers already. So the other guy can have like some snake, like physical characteristics, right? There's some reptile characteristics. And before any chapter, you've said that like it's a bunch of lizard people attacking and snake people, like reptile people with quirks, doing shit around here lately. So this needs some clarification. Mm, Your dialogues are a lot more proper than mine. I go for realistic dialogue, so I would have write that differently. But it's fine how it is. So that's four of them. So not three. The cops assume it's three, but it's four of them, right? It's Smoke Guy, Crocodile, then the other guy who was talking to the boss, the Smoke Guy, and now there's the fourth one in the tunnel right now. So unless there's a fifth, all the blocking is done right now. Blocking is when you set where a character is not seen, so the audience can just be like, okay, so they're doing that right now, I don't have to think about them. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's entering flash time and walking through. Hey, LMAE Lamai? I I don't even know like what. Welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe, and ask anything you'd like about, well, writing mostly, but anything you wanna ask. We're currently doing a rewrite on one of Sideshow's chapters. He wants me to rewrite it on stream live. This needs a cut. This needs to go. These three lines. Okay, this is gonna like become one. Yeah, this is gonna become three lines of dialogue and one dialogue tag. Because you're telling, you're not showing. How long is this? This is not long. Nope, don't do this. This is like. This is not good. You're going from third person to first person right here. This kind of dialogue is first person. So either put it in either put this in, make this entire thing into like an inner monologue, or cut it out. Because you just went from third person for the whole chapter, and then you went to first person here, and then this is also like first person distant, first person close, first person distant, and then you're going back into third person. So that will give people whiplash when they're reading it. Thanks. That's two. Where's the last guy? Okay, so he found Smokescreen Man, Lizard Man, right? Now there's the guy digging in like the basement or whatever, and there should be one more unless you did your blocking wrong earlier, right? And you forgot to see that like the guy who was talking to the boss at the start of the chapter went back into the tunnel to start digging. But then that doesn't make any sense, right? Because you had the boss spitting out the smoke screen. He was talking to this guy to his left or what, right, right? They were making fun of the lizard guy. The lizard guy went to the hostages. So the boss here, the guy he's talking to here, the lizard by the hostages, and then you stayed in the lizard's frame or perspective, and you described somebody else digging. You call him the muscle, digging under the tunnel. Okay? Okay, well then you messed up the blocking if the big guy was digging. Because the way you described it, he was in two places at once. So there's 3 people, not 4 people. But the way you described it, there were 4 people. And this is what happens when like you get into this habit. This habit here, everything you just did here in this little thing, going from third person here, right? Third person here, third person in a monologue, first person distant, first person close, right? And then back into third person. It makes things like that very confusing. So if I was reading this, I'd be like, okay, the main character is an idiot because there are 4 people here and he has super speed and only found 3. Yeah, exactly. You missed him walking from the hostages and stuff to the hole, and that's what confused everything. Because you're also doing the thing of like going in close then out, but you're going in too close. So like I do like the third person omniscient thing a lot, where you go third person omniscient, then you almost go into first person distant and almost go into first person close, but you just like tiptoe the line and then you come back out. I do that a lot, but like if you ever cross the line, it confuses everything. So you cannot cross that line. Okay, where was I? Fans. He saw a crocodile guy, right? Russell started glancing around. Digital watch towers at the bottom of his wrist. Every couple of seconds, a habit he had from days he was still figuring out how his quirk works. Okay, that needs to be shorter. Don't worry, we'll shorten that. After checking around, he found the big guy near the bathrooms on the other side of the hall. Okay, you need to give these guys proper nouns, right? Because if you're blocking, which is setting up people in the scene so the audience doesn't have to think about them, right, out of sight, out of mind. If your blocking isn't like really good, you have to give people names and assign spots to them. So you have to see like the boss, or like the boss, or like let's say Smoker. Smoker was at the front doors, making the smoke screen, right? Crocodile was in the vault digging through the floor, and other guy Jim, or like we call him Timmy was guarding the hostages. But if you go like the boss, the big guy, and then like Snakehead was the lizard guy, right? Crocodile Man and Snakehead and the big guy are the same crocodile person, and then the other guy who's just there, you haven't assigned anything to him yet. And then there's Russell, the main character, right? But you gave all the police officers outside names and like some backstory, but You didn't give the people that actually matter for the chapter any of it. So the audience knows exactly what's happening outside, which police officers are aware, but the people inside the building are all over the place. For the big guy in the bathroom, okay? Crocodile Man. The main character could just call him Crocodile Man, because like it's a nickname. The audience knows that's his actual name. It's just a place filler, right? And the main character seems a bit like childish or like jokey, so he'd probably call somebody Crocodile Man. Okay, this is so this is how they plan to escape. Not bad. Okay, so when he touches them, they enter flash time with him. Okay. Okay, I see. That's a good counter. So if they grab him, he's screwed. He's a regular person. Uh, uh, how fast do you want the main character to be? Because this is where you determine how fast he is, right? This is the first time the audience getting a reference of like something else happening in super speed. So how fast do you want it to be? Okay, so the second guy, right? Okay, so the person he punched was ran back to the main guy. Okay, so Snake Eyes. There's Snake Eyes. There's Crocodile Man. It's fine. I'll fill in some. There's Snake Eyes. There's Crocodile Man, and then there's the boss with the smoke work. It spits out smoke. That's the three people, right? So we find I have a name for the third person. Snake Eyes, right? So this is what I was talking about earlier when you call the big guy the crocodile snakehead. It adds confusion because way before that in the chapter you said that there are multiple people with reptile quirks doing crimes, right? So it gives the impression that this is like a whole crew of reptile people, but it's just two. Alright, so it's everything is standing still. Okay. Okay, this is over explained. Ooh, did I? Oh, I only had one chapter. I accidentally hit the right arrow. Okay, so he changes the ratio of time. So he was probably in like 1 second for me is like 100 seconds for you or something like that. So it's a ratio technique for time. It's time dilation. Two human kites. Nope, that's not a good analogy. Again, this is I would never use this dialogue. And the dialogue works. It's fine, it's your choice, but personally this reads very very stiff. right? So that's not how. Oh, I did forget he is fast enough that everything looks like it's standing still and he's when he's moving normally. Okay, yeah, definitely this should not be happening then if that's how fast he's moving and this is the reaction to crashes and the break stuff. This is supposed to be like what the hell happened? What the hell was that, right? Because he's expecting the police or pro hero to break into the place, right? So that's the thing. Oh, welcome. I see we have one more person in chat. Well, in the stream. Like, subscribe, and ask any question you want about writing or anything else. We doing a rewrite for one of these chapters right now for Sideshow's one shot. Okay, so this reaction is too stiff. But that's something that takes a lot of experience to write, so just like he expected it, the guy came out to check what was happening, only to spot the two others. Okay. Impulse gave him a second to step into a more open area before accelerating time. Before accelerating again. Before accelerating. Okay, the big guy again. Okay. Quickly he drew both of his swords out as he cut through the tough skin and into the Achilles tendons. Aha. Okay. This is solid. Needs some light touching. Needs some light touching, but it could work. Okay, the captain talking to him now. Vice captain talking to him. Okay. This could have been shorter. Don't use cringe in actual writing. Yeah, don't use cringe in actual writing. That is not a real word. And your audience will see it and they'll cringe, right? Don't use that word. It also dates your writing pretty bad. Like people will know like roughly what era you were in when you wrote this. Like what year? Like 2020 to like 2024 ish. 10 minutes. Okay, so he's 10 minutes older now. Okay, so he's aging slower, but keep constantly using his code keeps him at probably regular pace. What the hell is khaki god? Can you explain that Sideshow? What the hell is khaki god? Like, am I supposed to know what the hell that's supposed to mean? Is that in joke? Do I need to keep down the writing? What is it? What is khaki god? Yeah, this has to go. Times 2 is difficult. It's difficult to process. Okay, it's a Steve Irwin thing, I guess, right? Yeah, the Steve Irwin, yeah. We'll see Unturned around after that. Yeah, okay. Okay. This I don't think I've ever done this in Horizon. This is pretty impressive. 350 chapters and I've never done this. Pat myself on the back for that. Okay, now let's get to it, right? I'll just use this one. Whatever. Switch it. This. Right, here we go. Yeah, and I know who Steve Irwin is. I grew up watching him. I've just never heard him being called Khaki God before. Pretty sure everybody knows who Steve Irwin is. He's like Michael Jackson for wildlife preservation. Okay. Fleeting Moments rewrites. If you want to know how many of these fit on the web novel screen, you do the whole line of dashes and then you remove 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 backspaces, and that's how many. Yeah. That's exactly. Oh, sorry, that's for Inkstone. If you're writing on Inkstone, you go all the way across aside from 6. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would be that many. Yeah, okay. Let's get back to it now. Sound of police sirens was heard as more and more police cars surrounded the building, and officers got out and started setting up a perimeter. I'm thinking the scene starts too early. I love to start with dialogue because it gets the audience brain moving immediately. If you start with all this, right, it makes the audience it makes them kind of sleepy, because what you're basically doing is you're zooming out and then you're slowly zooming in, right, and it makes them like look around. But if you started here where the dialogue starts, it feels so much snappier, and you want this to be like fast paced into slow pace. So you want it to be fast paced when you're going through the dialogue stuff, right? I start slow pace with the bank and then fast pace with the action. So we will be starting later than this. Start your scenes as late as possible, right? And end them as early as possible. End them on a high note. Okay. Let me get the names. Jimmy. Blah 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 blah. If we go to the numbers, where's the numbers? 7 hostages. Where did they say how many criminals was it? Where did they say how many criminals was it? 3. Oh shit, wrong thing. Control F. 3. Down. No. They didn't identify how many criminals it was. Yeah, I'll put it in the Discord. I'm looking for the part where he said how many criminals it was. Right, that's what I'm looking for. I think he's at some point he says it's true, right? Okay, whatever. James, what the hell are we dealing with today? Do we have a name for the captain? Okay, we do have a name for the captain. I'll just call him Captain Adams, right? Yeah, Captain Adams asks. They had a okay, they had a rough guess. There was some shaking. Now they're boxed in. Surrounded on all sides by police officers, cars, and barricades. Yeah, surrounded, I'd say. Yeah. The man. I forgot the full stop. Captain Adam's ass. Another crocodile cook. Think he's the muscle and someone else is causing that. James points to the large glass wall at the front of the bank. Shrouded in a screen of gray smoke from inside. That leaves one that we don't know about, and maybe more that we didn't. Yeah, the PDF is fine. I'm already reading it from here. Shrouded in a screen of grey smoke. Shrouded that we didn't make. We didn't notice. Okay, so right here. James, right? James and Captain Adams talking, right? Some idiots robbed that bank. They're surrounded, so we don't have to take like all of this. And their height isn't relevant right now, right? Yeah, and their height isn't relevant. So by the time we come back, I'll probably be done. He's one that we don't know about. What did I just press? Okay. We think he's muscle. Okay. So this puts us at where? This puts us at does this coat matter? Long blonde hair. How do I any minute now? Okay. Grammarly doesn't understand creative writing, so it keeps trying to separate lines at things with commas, right? So I already called for some previews. Should be any minute here. Who do you think they'll Gust of wind gently blows both men. James's longer blonde hair as they instinctively reach for their weapons. Friendly. Captain Adams sighs and secures his weapon. One day that super speed will run you into a bullet. Be more careful, kid. Be more careful, kid. Let me see what the hell this was quick. Tangulation, not super speed. Anyway, what do we deal with, Jimmy? James turns back to the bank as impulse. Two men, each a head taller than him. The James at 196 cm, I think, whatever it was, right? Brown hair, blah 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 blah. Yeah, James at 196. 92. And Captain Adams at 189. Boom. Heights done. Before we go watch it, welcome to the chat. Like and subscribe. Ask anything you want about writing or just life. I'll see if I can answer. Okay, so we got where the hell did we get? Oh, the captain is James. Okay, I got the names wrong, but it's fine. Right? James and Ocean. Did you call for IT? What was it? Okay. confirmed. Seven hostages. Think you can handle them? Or do you want to wait for backup? Russell. Russell. Impulse. Wayne. Impulse. Okay, so we got his real name, so we got down to here. Right. I'll be in and out in a flash. Yeah. Alert me before you preach. Dismiss. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Okay, they said 4 criminals here. That's what I'm confused about. So here he does say 4 criminals. But it's 3. It's snake guy, lizard guy, smoke guy. So were they wrong? I guess they were wrong, right? 3, 4, it doesn't matter, it's super speed, so it happens in 1 instant anyway. Captain Adams groans. Right, as he begins walking away. Right, 4 criminals, blah blah. Yeah. Working with him must be a ray of sunshine. Not even on the mask nicely when you're done. Hey, welcome back, Sideshow. Well, you last nicely when you're done. Well, well, that's nicely when you're done. I'm not sure if his movement like affects the wind or anything, but I put it that he does because Sweets does, right? I don't know. I assume he doesn't make a loud ass train sound effect like a train, so. Okay, now I'm at the bank robbery part. Wow. Now what's about the right, like, right. Not bad. 2 pages. Very, very small. Very small. Okay, this is the part where I have to actually, like, introductions are over now. The audience knows what to expect, promises made, and now I have to actually deliver cleanly. So progress and payoff time, right? So for me, I just do meanwhile inside the bank. Most people are fine with this, but you could also do like he's just bending time. But I've already put like it when he appears it pushes the wind because he just kinda appears in the spot and the wind has to move, the air has to move. But yeah, I put it as like a light draft. So I use these a lot because it helps me just cut to the point. But sometimes you would do like you'd have like a sentence. You'd have like while James goes to brief the captain, Impulse Impulse you know he goes and does his thing, right? But I rather just do this because it's so much easier to transition. Transitions are pretty tough to do in like this kind of storytelling. It is affected by his time zone, okay. But I've already written it, so I'm not gonna look at it that one thing. I did it like that so that I could show like James's hair moving because he said his hair was long and blonde. So I just like had a draft so his hair can move. I could describe the hair because you only describe things that are affecting the scene, right? Yeah. Didn't describe any of these guys though, right? So okay, you don't. This is a problem, right? This is maid and butler dialogue. This is telling the audience things that they already know, and you don't want characters to repeat it because again it makes the reader say, okay, this is stuff I already know, so I can skim this. So I'm just gonna keep skimming until I find something that grabs my attention. And then before you know it, they end up skimming everything in the chapter. Right? So cut out this. Say radio says a pro is outside. Yeah. Well, you can use them to gateway into the description. Radio says it's a pro is outside. Yeah, I'll show you in a second when I get to that. So okay, so we just established two things, right? This makes them seem way more competent, right? Having a police radio makes them seem way more competent, so people can respect when the pro hero actually beats their ass. And secondly, it lets you say the same thing here, right? Because here he was just asking, okay, there's a pro hero coming in, what are we supposed to do, right? But the way he said it, it was like a recap of everything you had before it. But here it's new information because it's not him saying it, it's the radio saying it, right? So he's like, radio says a pro is outside. That means the audience now knows, okay, they know everything the police know because it's a police radio. The cops are getting ready to move in. They have confidence and impulse taking these guys down, right? And the pressure is building on the villains. I say the man stops. Smoke for a moment to yell back toward the bathroom, past where the 7 hostages are restrained in the middle of the room. You done digging that damn hole? Okay, and you put a. You done digging that? Okay, you done digging that damn hole yet, right? Okay, so he asks that, then he goes back to the smoke screen, right? Foundation is reinforced. A deep craft force pulls out from the restroom, I guess. Restroom. From the restroom, causing the hostages to cower missing at 1 would be hero. If you want to twist that, have the detective have them arrested before. So you can have them pull everybody into the room, and then one person doesn't come, right? And then everybody looks outside over the balcony or something, and they see the police taking that person away. And then the people in the room ask questions, and that's how you have the reveal be. So, for example, if someone in UA was a murderer, right? Horizon would get everybody into the classroom, and then one person wouldn't be there. Like, let's say Deku isn't in his seat, right? And then they'd look out the window and be like, "Oh, Deku's getting arrested," and Horizon's like, "Yeah, I figured out it was Deku." And then they would play 20 questions, and you get to go into flashbacks like that. Instead of having like the big aha reveal, you undercut the reveal, and you have the aha be how did it. Because the big reveal isn't why people read murder mysteries. The reason they read it is because they want to try to figure it out before the detective. So once you let them figure it out before the detective, or make it a bit challenging, they don't care how the explanation happens. They just care that they were right. So that's one way you could do it. Or you could just have the detective explain everything, and at the end reveal that he framed somebody and it was him. Because people don't usually suspect the detective. At the one would-be hero laying paralyzed on the floor with teeth marks in his shoulder. My claws can't take much more of this. Well, you wouldn't be digging if your clumsy ass did collapse the tunnel in the first place. Yeah, I hope that helped with the murder mystery thing. Well, that's one way to do it for sure. I'm not, I don't usually do murder mystery stuff, but like, normally people care more about figuring it out before the detective than actually how the reveal happens, right? And they want it to make sense, so it's the same thing. Okay, so we have the characterization for all the villains here, right? Very, very simple. Big scaly ass didn't. Okay, cool. Yeah, glad I could help, man. I hope you subscribe for that. Hey, Snakehead, make sure we don't have any more James Bond wannabes in the crowd. Blah blah blah. Hostage coward. I already did all that. Nope, don't have the narrator say this. Have the hero say that. Yep. Detective Conan. 1200 episodes or something, 2400 episodes or chapters. Well, you wouldn't be taking it for. say all but freeze, right? Because he's still moving. Oh wait, I can say time dilates, right? Because I said it before. Okay, so time dilates, right? Okay, so what do we have here? I'll start it the same way. So what do we have here? Flesh does what with venom, right? The flesh isn't um being destroyed, so he's just paralyzed. I hope, right? I hope. He hopes. Okay, so right here, speed up venom, venom. No. Yeah, okay. Right here, it gives you another explanation of his quirk, right? Because when he touches people, they enter his time, his flash time, so they speed up. So he doesn't want to touch the guy with the venom in him. 3 pages, okay. So there's a full chapter you wrote down, right? 2500 is good. I aim for like anywhere between 15 and 3000. Oh shit. What did I say he was hiding behind? Eight foot tall. Crocodile man. Sharp but cracked and shattered claws. Caked in concrete. Dust from his digging. Teeth matching the bite wound. Huh? I got faster with practice. I couldn't type like without looking at the keyboard before I started writing. But I also don't like having lights on. I only have lights on the stream. Like when I'm by myself in the dark, I have my computer like this. Like I have everything dark mode. So when you can't see a keyboard because it's not backlit, you have to learn to type because I don't want to put on lights. Oh, the croc was new with poison? Okay, okay, okay. Um, Caked in concrete. I'll just remove that. Bro, what? Ah. Well, he don't want to kill him, but I don't think it matters either way because it's a crocodile man. So your audience doesn't really know the anatomy of like a crocodile person, right? So that's part of writing sci-fi fantasy. It kind of just hand wave if it's like a non-human or like a human hybrid species. I completely kind of forgot that I was supposed to be doing this thing. I kept writing. Yeah. Yeah. So last guy checking out. Yeah, I would imagine so. Cause if you're a Baki fan and you like fighting, right? If you read a close combat scene in a different story and it doesn't match up to what people would actually do, it probably annoys you, right? You also didn't forget to cut along the jaw. else you gave him? Yeah, it's fine, right? That jaw is broken, teeth are shattered. I couldn't find anything good to read. Yeah, there's that one and the other one, but Crocodile Guy, all his limbs are kind of gone, so it doesn't particularly matter. Like that won't affect the story that much because the action is done, so his teeth don't matter. Besides, you can always just assume that the police know better than to touch his mouth and his head, right? Because he can't move, so just pick him up, drag him by his tail. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna say still still can't drop that habit. Yeah, well, yes, thinking every time you dilate, time you age faster. Don't make yeah. Yeah, well. kinda does. But the problem was your vibe was kinda half-half. So you were either too into comedy or too into being serious, right? So you would go from one extreme to the next. But this is more like a more serious medium, but it could flex. Right? And I stay out here any longer and I'll be on paperwork duty for an entire week again. Enjoy the cleanup. Well, enjoy the cleanup. Oh, desk duty, right. What did he say after him? I'm trying to remember this. That. We have plans for Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I forgot something here, right? So I had to go back. Work actually makes you age slower. Okay, that's it. Done. I think that should be everything. But this is raw, so no edits. Right? Desktop. Rewrite. Did you send me the thing? Right. It is here in the what's called in the writer's corner chat, and I pinned it. So anybody watching this in the future, this is where you go to get it. There. Okay, now let's do the breakdown, right? Don't think I need this for now. Wow, my brain is. I hope I'm overnight. Streaming 6 hours. Yeah, no wonder I feel sleepy. Okay. Are you by a computer or on your phone? Mine came up to uh, about 1350. 1350, so it cut about 1,000 words ish. Okay. Okay, well, if you're on your phone, I'll read through it. Hold on, huh? I'm so used to freaking, where's the word count? File, edit, view, no, stay. Whoa! Okay, wow. My whole heart. Okay. Anyway, regardless, let us break down the differences now, right? Wow, so many tabs. Do a quick. You could. I'll wait for you to do a quick skim of it, and we could do a breakdown together. And I'll show you the differences and why I chose to do it. I realized I didn't explain anything, right? So look at the screen for a second, and I'll explain anything, right? So what you had was psi, and then you'd put something like God damn it, undo, right? What the hell? You tell something like psi. What do you want? He asked, right? But you should really have the side. What do you want? And then you remove the he asked, because the question mark is the he asked, right? So you don't usually need this, but this is invisible, so it's okay. But you should ideally have this. Oh, okay, good. And you can also put the sign dialog. And then you could put the he asked if you want. But I think the second option is better because this reads kind of weird. Because people don't usually say psi. So anything in here people will pronounce, right? Anything between the quotes. So you should just use the second one. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to it. Let's get active. Full breakdown of this starting now, right? So, real quick, I cut like the first two paragraphs, so that's like maybe 100 words here, skipped, right? And I cut basically all this. And I got the names wrong, but the names don't really matter because they're names, you can always change them. Yeah. So you want to start the scene as late into the scene as you can. This is something I'm still working on, right? So you want to start as late into the scene. So that's why like for the scenes with tech, where they were fighting tech, right? I didn't do a big battlefield overview every chapter, then zoom in like I would in the first like 100 chapters of Horizon. I just started in the action, right? Because the action already go into the audience knows what's going on. So instead of, I cut out these three paragraphs because when people see police cars and are like, when they understand the situation, they'll assume there's sound. They don't have to describe everything. People aren't, well, your audience is not as dumb as you sometimes think. They'll fill in the blanks. And then James and Jimmy, well, James, right? Captain James. I had Captain Adams and James was the vice captain, so I did the names a bit wrong. His names, they could change. Then you went straight for description. So this is the effect of having a big overview, then zooming in. And then you went for his quick super strength, which literally never comes up, so it doesn't matter, right? And you'll notice something too when I get to the how I show off the quick, right? And it's the time dilation quick. I changed the name, by the way. I think I changed the name. Yeah, time zone. I changed it to time dilation, right? Because if you're doing a quick one shot, you don't want a fancy name, right? Like the name Hand of God would be very difficult to use in a one shot because you would need to take a paragraph or two to explain what the hell Hand of God does. But changing time zone to time dilation makes it much easier for the audience to understand. And you said you were trying to make a one shot to like see how much you could condense into one paragraph. Well, this is how you do it. You change things like that. So you minimize explanations. You minimize things like these that don't matter because it never comes up, right? Captain James turns to see his second in command has written before him, before stopping before him, right? But instead I just had Adams just straight up ask James, right? No description of somebody walking up. They were already talking. We're just now dropping into the conversation. And then you went and explained his hair and his height and his build and his age, right? And how he has a noodle and he has like noodle arms, so he has that nickname. But none of that ever gonna come up because it's all about the bank stuff. So I cut all of that and I just had James and the captain talking. And then at some point you said like 4 villains. So I just had but that comes up after, right? And at this point he gives them a briefing, right? About how like they're stuck in the bank and blah blah blah, and it takes like quarter of the page. And I just had him say some idiots thought they could rob the bank and get away with it. Vice Captain James says there was some shaking, now they're boxed in. There was some shaking, which is the tunnel collapsing, which we'll get to later, right? So you're foreshadowing that. You're setting up that something happened, something went wrong, and now they're stuck, right? And now they're boxed in, and then he points at the bank and the police officers, cars, and barricades. So the audience gets a full battlefield view in just like one sentence. So the situation is they robbed a bank, something went wrong, there was a shake, and now they're boxed in, and the police surrounding them, and we're outside. That's the full situation from like 4 lines. No, 3 lines actually, yeah. Right? And did we get a glimpse of them? And that's where he asked, did we identify any of them? Another crocodile quick, right? And somewhere he says like another crocodile this week, that's like 7 or something, or 5. And here Adams hears that and he just sighs, right? And because both of them already know this is the 5th one for the week, there's no reason for them to say it other than the writer wanting the audience to know it. So you say something offhandedly, like exasperatedly, right? So instead of saying that's the 5th one this week, blah 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 blah, he runs a hand through his messy brown hair, so you still get to describe his hair, Adam's hair, right? And he asks like rhetorically, what the hell is with all these lizard mutants this week? So it gives the implication, okay, this is not the first time this week they've dealt with this, right? And later on Impulse will explain more of that. And from here we go to Captain Adams' size running hand through his hair. We think he's the muscle and someone else is causing that, right? And they point to the bank and you see the smoke screen. So you add more to the scene slowly, right? From inside, so somebody inside. That is one we don't know about, and maybe more that we did notice. So he's saying there's 3 they know about, it could be 4, right? Where will we be here? Oh, Impulse already reached here, right? But I'm still having these two guys talk. I want to set the scene. And I'll tell you what I was talking about with like the bouncing between extremes after. Well, when we get to it, right? So we get there, a pro hero there. He could be any here any minute now. And then James gets cut off when a gust of wind gently blows both men, ruffling James's longer blonde hair as they instinctively reach for their weapons because they're police on high alert in a hostage situation and something just happened next to them with no explanation. So they're gonna reach for their weapons, right? But Impulse is like friendly, 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 right? And both men relax. Captain Adams sighs and secures his weapon. One day that super speed will run you into a bullet. Be more careful, kid. And Impulse says time dilation. Or not super speed. Not now super speed. Time dilation, not super speed. Right? So boom, the audience knows immediately. He's not speedster. He adjusts time. He's the reverse flash, right? Anyway, and he says anyway, what's the deal with Jimmy? This is supposed to be what's the deal, Jimmy? Right? So one last wait. What's the deal, Jimmy? And James, so he calls him the nickname. He doesn't there isn't like a narrator explaining the nickname. He just calls him the nickname, and then James responds. So he's like, "Oh, that's me," right? And James turns back, and they both stand by the barricade, and Impulse stands between them, and then we get a height comparison. So you don't want to describe one person's height by itself. You want to describe how they are in relation to somebody else. So how I always have like Ryuko is like her head reaches like Horizon's chest, that kind of thing, or like he's a head taller than her, or like All Might towers over all the students, that kind of thing. That's what you want. So when he stands between these people, they're each a head taller than him because you didn't give him a height. So like James is 192, Captain Adams is 189, right? And they're like a head taller than him, so he's like probably 6 feet tall, right? And okay, this is it for the outside, right? And James turns back to the bank as Impulse stands between the two men, blah blah blah. 3 confirmed, 7 hostages. Think you can handle them, or do you want to wait for backup, Russell? So Captain Adams calls him Russell, not Impulse, and he's like, I know you see the awesome hero suit, and then he shows off the hero suit, so you get a organic way to describe the hero suit. Plus, you show that like the captain doesn't really fully respect him, right? Yeah, the captain doesn't really fully respect him. So he's seeing him as just a kid for now, right? And you also get to see his full name, Russell Impulse Wayne says as he spins for the man, showing off his sleek suit, black utility belt, and 2 combat knives at his back. When I'm working, it's Impulse. The captain rolls his eyes, so you build in disrespect, right? Can you handle it or not? Yeah, I'll be in and out in a flash. Captain Adam groans as he begins walking away. So this is a joke that they're used to, and if people are reading this and they're used to the Flash, they'll be used to that joke, right? Alert me before you breach, he says offhandedly by walking away. So he knows like Impulse is capable, but he just kind of annoyed at him. So he's not like, asking too many questions. He's like, yeah, yes or no, can you do it? Yes, okay, I trust you. Go do it, but tell me before you go. And then it shows you why he gets annoyed at Impulse, because Impulse goes in without telling him, right? So he says like, oh, working with him must be a ray of sunshine, right? He mutters to James. And James is like, not even on the best days. It's another lizard mutant. Think they're connected. 5 in 1 week, all in this area, they must be. Maybe they have a fan club for the khaki god, right? And this is the Steve Irwin joke, right? And James chuckles, well, we last nicely when you're done. Ha, good one. And then Impulse looks at his watch, setting up like when he looks at the watch before, because in your chapter, when he looked at his watch, it was a bit confusing because like most of the chapter gave the impression of super speed, but then at the very end you explain the quirk, and when he punched them you explain the quirk. But the sooner you can get the audience to wrap their head around that, the better. Because it's like if you have a vampire in a story, but instead of blood, they drink orange juice, right? The audience will be like, oh, it's a vampire, he's supposed to drink blood. And you have to keep reminding them he doesn't drink blood. because people's preconceived notion of a speedster is that they move at super speed. That's all they do. They don't mess with time. They just move faster. They exist faster, right? So you have to keep reminding people. If you have him do an action scene and then you throw in time dilation at the end of the action scene, it will completely throw off the audience and they'll be knocked out of like the immersion. So the sooner you get it into their head that his quirk is time dilation, not super speed, the better, right? So criminal sneak back, blah blah blah. Here, working with him must be a ray of sunshine, not even on the best days. 5 in 1 week, khaki god joke, yeah. Good one, and then he disappears, leaving only a faint draft behind him. I wasn't sure if he leaves like gusts of wind or whatever, so I just wanted a faint draft. But the reason I explained I added the faint draft in the first place is because I wanted that when he appears on the screen scene in the chapter, he ruffles the guy's blonde hair because I don't want to just jump to describing somebody's blonde hair really randomly. I want to do it when things are relevant, especially if it's a one shot. Then you don't have like 200 chapters to flesh out a character to make it worth describing, right? So he appears, he ruffles the guy's blonde hair, and now he leaves. There's a small gust of wind, keeping it consistent. The audience will forgive it for being like a gust of wind with time dilation if it's consistent. The problem is when you aren't consistent. So consistency trumps everything, right? He looks down at his watch too, so that's for later, right? Because when you drop that on us, it probably really confused some people. Then inside the bank, there's all the transitions. You can do a sentence for transition, but like this keeps the pace faster, right? And I just prefer it because it's just easier, it's less brain power. When I'm doing original books, I think I might have to change this though, or have like a chapter break or something. I don't know. Right. Radio says a prose outside. In your version, you have this thing. You have this here. Hold on. Yeah, you have all of this to say the same thing as pretty much this and this. And this that you have here is very boring, right? Because it's exposition and it doesn't tell you much about the characters. It just says this guy is scared because a pro will be coming soon, right? And they had a plan and the crocodile guy ruined it and now he's digging a way out. Okay? But this makes them look more competent. This is radio says a pro is outside. Here they have a police radio. So, they have some preparation. Right? The cops getting ready to move. So the police, no impulse, can handle these guys probably. Right? A few meters ahead of him, a tall, bald man, I had to describe him with something, right? Bald with black tattoos all over his head. He's spewing out a cloud of smoke blocking the view. The man stops spewing to talk, right? Then I described that there are 7 hostages in the middle of the room between them and the restroom where like digging is happening, right? You done digging that damn hole yet? And then he returns to the smoke screen immediately, so he does not want the smoke screen to permanently drop. Okay, he does not want the police to see it because they have guns on them probably. And then the crocodile is like he's complaining. He's like the foundation is reinforced. My claws can't take much more of this, right? And the hostages hear his voice and they're scared because at this point I was under the impression that he was like the Venom, right, not the Snake guy, because you didn't make that clear in the first one. But regardless, like they hear his voice and they're scared. It doesn't have to mean that he's the one who paralyzed them, but they're also concerned for their friend on the ground who's paralyzed from like Venom, right? And he's saying like his claws can't take much more of this, so it's explaining why he didn't just easily break through the ground. His claws are being like broken away as he's digging. And then they say like, if your big scaly ass didn't clear up the tunnel in the first place, right? The snake guy says. And as the boss goes to stop the fighting and says focus, he releases the smoke screen for a moment, and that's when time dilates and Impulse steps into the scene, right? And Impulse is like, so what do we have here? He steps through the smoke screen and he looks around. He sees the boss. He sees the man on the radio. He doesn't see the crocodile man, right? That comes it. He doesn't see the crocodile man. He goes to the paralyzed guy first. He's like, don't be dead. He's a hero, right? He kneels beside him. Big teeth, but the flesh is being destroyed, so just paralyzed. I hope So he's not expert. He just thinks like, okay, it's not burning away his flesh at least. And he says he thinks I don't want to touch him because if I dilate time on him, it could speed up the venom, right? So this is like a second tell to the audience that like it's not super speed. He's dilating time. He's affecting time. It's not super speed. He's not really a speedster. And again, you want to keep reminding them of this, right? Before you get to the end where he looks at the watch, because when he looks at the watch, that'll kick them straight out of it, right? And so yeah, he says he better not touch him. He glances at his watch. He sees 5 minutes have passed since he left James, and the audience knows that he just left him, right? So it's been like, it should be like 2 seconds to him, but 5 minutes passed, right? And he says, I don't have time to waste, which again, he's not a speedster, he's dilating time, so that's actually true. So the audience is thinking, time, 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 time. You have to keep reinforcing it. Otherwise, they'll just assume he's a speedster and they'll forget about all the foreshadowing, and then when he gets to the end and checks his watch, they'll be like, what the hell? What's going on? Right? Yeah, he sprints, he runs to the guy with the smoke screen, breaks his jaw, shatters his teeth with one punch, and before the pain can reach into the guy's brain, before the guy can even realize what's going on, he pulls his hand back, right? So he breaks contact, and the guy is like frozen in the air, being pushed through the smoke screen, right? And he keeps, oh well, that's the first guy, that's the snake guy. Now he's gonna punch the smoke guy, right? And this time he maintains contact a bit longer so the man can feel the pain and can see what's happening. And it goes to from the man's perspective, right? From his perspective. This is how you do third person into first person into back into third person, right? You say and from his perspective. Because you did it somewhere here. Where the hell is it? Where is it? You did it somewhere here. No, was it you? We were reading something, right? Was it you who did the first to like, the third to like first person, back to third person? I'm reading it. He said something like, time something. Oh, here, yeah. This shit, do not ever do this thing. Okay? Oh, he has fangs. Okay, I skipped that detail. Yeah, this, don't ever make this mistake again. If you want to go from third person, then into somebody's like eyeball, this is how you do it. You see, and from his perspective, so the audience knows that it's just for this one moment, and then you're gonna go back, and then the line after you say and from his perspective and you describe something, you have to go back with a name to tell them, okay, we're done with that, we're going back to the regular view. If you don't do that, it's gonna get confusing. Like, it's gonna get very confusing. And this is why writing omniscient is really hard, because you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to be able to zoom all around the map and show everybody's thoughts. And you want to get close into everybody's head and show what everybody's through their eyes. But if you jump from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, without properly blocking, which is setting up the scene and where everybody is, the audience will get confused. And this right here, this will lead to disaster, because you kind of got away with it, because the only person thinking here is impulse, right? Because everybody else is frozen in time. But if you did this and there was other people moving and dialogue and stuff, this entire thing would be a mess. Like, from here to like here would be messy. It would take from here to like here, and then the audience would have to go back up here to figure out what the hell happened, and then they would have to start reading again. So this entire flow would be broken up. So yeah, don't do that. Just do this, what I told you, and from his perspective, and then start with somebody's name. That's the shorthand version of like how to do it. There are other ways to do it too, but like then you'd have to like manipulate your adverbs and your pronouns and cut out your pronouns and use commas, and that's a lot to like to go over without like making a dedicated video to it, because that could be like a half an hour just by itself. And I'm not even sure if I could recall like a particular example. The grammar part, he stood up to one. He stood up walking closer to one that the one that is watching, or is it what was watching. That's just tense. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's tense. So you went from third person past tense into first person present tense, and then back into first person past tense. So okay. So you went from third person is all the way up, right? Is most of the book. Okay, let me do this properly. This is where you went in the first person, right? Stood up, walking closer to it, right? So here you're in third person with he. Then you came here and you entered kind of first person, because now you're basically having thoughts, but you're having the narrator's thoughts. Instead of the narrator simply existing, you're having the narrator think, which is a problem. And the way it's phrased is it's giving the impression of first person. So when they get to here, this entire thing becomes first person. So normally first person would be like, I stood up and walked closer. But when you put something like this, right? And as the narrator and not character saying it, this entire thing becomes first person. Because the narrator is supposed to be like omniscient. Yeah, you want to add like he's a rookie kind of, right? Or more self-assured, okay. He stood up, walked closer to the one watching. What was his watch? You can only see the guy. The guy was in the middle of looking away. Okay, this is blocking. This is him moving. Right, because it's a time thing, right? So that guy is watching. Is not was watching, it is watching. Because the guy is the subject, so the guy hasn't moved. But if your main character was the subject, then he was watching. So it's like you have to pick one, right? But the way you have it, where the narrator can decide, makes this go into first person. And I know it doesn't completely make sense, because first person would be I stood up walking closer to the one that was watching, right? But the way you have it phrased, it makes the narrator fall into first person, because this is the kind of thing a first person narrator would do. So essentially you have to get a subject verb down properly, because the guy who is watching the villain is the subject, not the main character. The main character is the action. He's walking. The guy is the one watching. He's the subject, right? Well, no, I guess. Yeah, this is a bit tricky. But essentially you do the main problem that you had is that you had the narrator do like a thought bubble. You basically showed the writer trying to figure out how to say something. Yeah, exactly, right? But if you did that, right? Hold on, let me make a whole new thing, right? Okay. He stood up and walked closer to the villain who is watching. Right? If you did it like this, and then you said, or would it be was watching? Grammar always gets confusing in altered time. This would be fine. This would be acceptable. Yeah, Impulse is having the thought, not the narrator. But the way you phrased it is the narrator having the thought, questioning how he's supposed to narrate. So it seems like the writer is having the thought. So it seems like the entire thing is you talking. So it went into first person. Like, this is how you would do it here. You were trying to figure it out, yeah. Yeah, but you never want your audience to think the narrator is confused. Never. That's only something first person can get away with. Third person, you have to know. The entire point of third person omniscient is that you know everything factually. But yeah, that was the whole problem. Because when I read that, I was like, what the hell am I reading right now? Because you jump from one view to the next one, right? And here you went third person, then this time went into first person, right? And then you kept into first person, and then you went back into like first first person distant. Well, no, you went back into third person, right? And then you went back into third person again. But this whole thing jumbled up everything here, because if you all you had to do was put the thought thing here, and it will be fine. Yeah, this is just punctuation. If the punctuation was right, this whole thing would be this sequence would be fine. Like how I showed it. The only difference is like you would have basically written it like this, right? It would have been like literally the same thing, except instead of the asterisk and stuff, you had like the thought quotes. The writing is fine, just the syntax is the problem, and you want things to be as clear as possible in syntax. Anyway, let us move forward, right? Right. So he kept running to the one who released smoke, right? You punch him in the jaw. This time he holds contact. So, and from his perspective, and then you go impulse. So that's how you go to third person to first person back to third person, right? And you can do that, but you can't do that too much, because if you keep using and from his perspective, it'll confuse the reader too much. They'll be overwhelmed. So what I would do is I'd be like and from his perspective, and then I'd go mean I'd go while outside X saw, and on the roof Z saw, and in the basement B saw, right? Yeah, yeah, you not just what information, right, but what useful information. Like the police officers' quirks and their builds, like that doesn't even matter because this is a one shot. So you have to like lean into audience implications, right? He's a tall police officer. They're both tall police officers. They probably have a decent build. You have to like let the audience fill in the gaps themselves, and that saves you a lot of words. That's how horror um, books are written. But yeah, let's finish this up and see what else we can fix. Okay, so Impulse breaks contact, and the man immediately freezes in the air. And from his perspective, the pro hero completely disappears, right? So this is again from his perspective, right? Right? Impulse stands behind the pillar. Two screams and a crash announce his return. That is this thing, right? Um, this can get pretty annoying, right? So we already done with this, right? But if you have two people speaking at the same time, like a good example of this is how did I do it for Horizon and Star and Stripe? For Horizon and Star and Stripe, I had a scene where they were both like, "I'll win," right? They had that scene. I don't know, like somewhere in this, they had their where the hell is it? Moving assets, right? Yeah, whatever. They both had their scene of like, "I'll win," and the way you can write that is by going like, "Yes, no, Jim and Tim said at the same time," and the audience will assume it's respective. So the first one is yes, the second one is no. Well, the first one is Jim, the second one is Tim, right? That's that's like an accept. Yeah, that's like an acceptable way of doing it. If you want people speaking over each other. Another way is like, sh- you could extend one, so you say, "Yes, that's per," and the implication is he's gonna say perfect, right? And then you go, "No, Tim interrupts him," right? So this one is also very clear, and it looks better in like writing. So you extend a yes or a no, you extend the accept or the object, and you have the second person interrupt them. So instead of this moment where they say that, they see them look at each other, one says it, starts talking, and one interrupts him. This is how you deal with that situation. Because there are other ways where it's like, but then the other ways gets messy, right? So it's like, "Yes, Jim says." "No, Jesus Christ, Tim says." But the problem is, right, this isn't how people talk, right? If one person asks two people the same question, they're probably gonna answer at the same time. Unless like they look at each other and one of them nods and is like, "Okay, you go first." But in like a heated conversation in a book, you wanna have them interrupt each other. So the yes no thing um is fine, is better. Because the audience will understand, and this isn't like using a slash in dialogue isn't common. So if it's like once every like 20 pages or like 10 chapters or 20 chapters, it's fine. The audience will be like, "Okay, this is a new writing rule for this writer." When there's a one thing, another slash, and another thing in dialogue, it means that the names behind it are respective. So you can teach your audience this kind of stuff. For me, I normally try to go with this because I don't like how slashes work in dialogue, right? Because like, how do you pronounce a slash, right? You could pronounce the dashes, you just go "p," and then you stop talking. You could do a comma, you just pause. Full stop is you just stop talking. But how the hell do you pronounce a slash, right? So that's why I avoid this one, and I will rewrite an entire sentence to get this so that I don't have to use this. Like it's that serious. I just don't like how they look. Yeah. But again, let's go back to the other thing, right? So two crashes, right? Um, if both the crashes are at the same time, you could just put one crash, because the noise would be like one big crash, right? You could just say it like that. They just crash at the same time. Glass is broken, Achilles, blah blah blah. Okay. Also, two human kites. What? What is that even supposed to mean? So, this and this. This is good, right? The hostages see him, but it doesn't add much. That's why I skipped it, because I considered having him tell the hostages to like be quiet. But this is all happening so quickly that I didn't want them to play a factor. Because the whole thing is nobody can keep up with him, right? And nobody can keep up with what's going on. So if the villains can't keep up with what's going on, the hostages shouldn't have any chance of keeping up with what's going on. And also, it just doesn't add much other than him being a hero. And the thing I added with him going around checking the guy who has the venom bite, right? And showing his heroic concern. What about yes, no? Tim and Jim said at the same time. If even if they agree, that would be the same thing as this. So that would be the same thing as this, right? But the problem is if you have like two of these and you don't have anything in between it, it looks kind of terrible on the page. Okay, it's a language thing. So that and the slash would be kind of the same, right? But yeah, like I would rather just rewrite the entire sentence so I don't have to do that. I don't have to put a yes no thing. Right? Oh yeah, what I was saying. Yeah, so they crashed into it. This happens, right? All the noise from outside comes inside because the glass breaks, right? So the guy with smoke is punched outside the bank. That's what happens. He got punched through the smoke screen outside the bank. Yeah, but playing a second one could be better than the slash. It's really up to you. It's up to whichever one you think is better. I personally just do the slash because it's less confusing, because if it's in one dialogue box, the audience knows who to apply the said to. So the first set will go to the first name and the second set will go to the second name. But it's really a matter of personal preference. But yeah, you could use any of the options really, but it's just what you think the audience will understand better. It's just for clarity. And then the villain comes out and he asks, what the hell was that, right? And here you had this dialogue which is, it's precise, but it's not urgent, right? Like, think about it. He's robbing a bank. His brother and like his assumed partner is outside, right? He hears a crash, none of them respond, and he's like, bro, you there? I hear a crash, and bro, like, no, like they know a pro is coming, so he should be like, what was that? And coming out to help immediately, right? Because he's like presumed the muscle. So that's why I had some urgency in him. I was like, what was that? And then he runs out, right? Impulse sees him, Crocodile Man 8 feet tall, blah 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 blah. Impulse looks at him, he drew his knives. Yeah, you don't yeah, he drew his knives is fine. But where was the thing I saw? Yeah, limited. Yeah. Well, having competent villains makes your heroes look more competent, right? But he'd have to be really dumb. Yeah, you know some of the stereotypes. If you're gonna write fantasy, stereotypes is a good start, but breaking away from them is where you really shine. But yeah, stereotypes can work. They're there for a reason. Um, but yeah, this is where the fight happened, right? He stabbed him and stuff. And this is where I get a bit more descriptive, because I show off that Impulse sees like he was digging. So it's like, okay, that's what happened that's what they were doing. Because the first hint was that there was a shake, and then and then the police swarmed them, right? So we didn't know what happened, but there was a shake, and the police swarmed them. The second is the villain says, "Yo, take the tunnel," right? And the third is that there's concrete dust and claws. His claws are shattered and stuff, right? So you don't need the villain to have this moment here. Where is it, like here? Somewhere here, I think. Where he says like, "Yo, the tunnel collapsed. The tunnel collapsed. Like that's why we're stuck in here." The audience could figure it out. Yeah. Let the audience like figure out that shit. They have brains. They can do it. I believe in them. Right? And then impulse. I was trying to figure out like what fucking word is that. Right? And then he gets stabbed, right? The pain doesn't even reach his brain before he gets stabbed again. And then again. And then again. And then the blood is frozen in the air. And the villain is falling, frozen. And Impulse, and then in that time, Impulse takes another lap to make sure nobody's hurt, everybody's accounted for, and then goes back outside by James. So that all that happened. Like you had your paragraph here, but there was some exposition here, right, about the show, which is fine, right? But I just had Impulse like cut him up, and that was that, right? He says that was that. Yeah. And then he says like, "Okay, everybody calm down, but this stuff you don't need to have. Like it's good to have it. It makes him look heroic. But I'm trying to get through this as fast as possible because it's a one shot and you're trying to stuff as much content as possible into this." So him telling the you have to just to calm down, everything is alright. It's heroic, but like for the purposes of this, you don't need it. Right? And then there's all this stuff with like his time, and the way I did that was a little different too, right? So within a few steps, he's standing between James and Captain Adams once more. Not bad, right? And he says like, "You're an annoying brat, but at least you're good for something." And Captain Adams walks over and to inspect the crime scene, right? So he begrudgingly gives him a compliment because remember they have some animosity from before, so you want to lean into that and show that like, okay, some character development happened over the course of this one chapter, and that's between James and the captain, right? And he says like, "What was they together?" And a good man. James says like, "If I ever figure it out, I'll be sure to tell you." Then they do the watch thing, right? And the way he says it here, I didn't understand what you meant at first with the Nezu thing, but then I reread it, right? And he says like, "You still can't drop that habit." James asks him, right? He doesn't say I have a bad habit. James says you still can't drop that habit. So it further implies that they know each other more, right? Which makes it not off-putting when they say, "We have plans for Friday. I'll be there," right? So, and plus him calling him Jimmy before, so it's not the first time that the writing has implied that these two are friends outside of work too, that they just know each other, right? So the audience isn't like thrown for a loop and they're like, "Oh, these guys could meet up at Fridays and have beer or go bowling or something." What? It's like no, like the hints are there, right? He's like, "You still can't drop that habit," and then he's like, "Oh well, thinking you age faster, sure as hell makes you paranoid, but cautious, right?" And then James is like, "Yeah, too bad you don't have resources like UA. Maybe you wouldn't have been so paranoid if you knew you were actually aging slower." Right? So he reveals more about the quirk. Every time he uses it, he ages slower for 10 minutes or whatever. Right? And then he's like, "Yeah, not every school has a crazy rat running it. Almost makes me wish I was born in Japan. Would have made life easier." And he's like, "Careful, Kaki God will smite you for all that, right?" Then they both share a laugh, and then he says like that joke never gets old. So like they've had this inside joke for a while. So that again, this is like the fourth or fifth hint that these two have been friends for quite a while. Right? And then James like, "Yo, I need to get into the bank because he's gonna put me on desk duty, right? If for an entire week again." So he's like, we've done this before and I've gotten desk duty first, so let me just not mess around and go do my job. And he's like, yeah, we have plans for Friday. He's like, I'll be there, just don't be late. And Impulse like, me? Late? Never. Which is kind of like a joke because the Flash is always late. That's the thing. And the guy with super speed being late is just funny. Right? And then he just activates his cook and disappears. And James walks towards the bank. And he's like, never, more like always. So again, this is like the seventh time it's shown that they have a deeper friendship than just working. So yeah, that's how like 2,500 chapters became like 1,400. But yeah, it had some things to clean up, like mainly foreshadowing the small stuff, not the big stuff. The big stuff was fine, like how the quirk works and all that, and like the action was good, but the foreshadowing on the small stuff, so the audience isn't thrown for a loop when like this pro hero and this cop are suddenly going out to drinks, or like when he suddenly checks his watch, right? Or like the info dump of what the hell this cook actually does at the very end of the book. Like this is don't like you don't ever want to have this in your book. Like never. I got away with it for my first book because Dan Mackey has like stat pages when they're gonna do their level up like in the show. So I got to have like, oh, by the way, this is their stat sheet now, they're level 5. And I but just put like a big info dump, right? Because it's kind of a system anime like that. But if you don't have that into your story, you cannot do this. You have to do it piece by piece. Like I did time dilation here. I mentioned it here, right? Not time dilation, not super speed. And then somewhere here, he checks his watch, right? He looks down at his whoa. He looks down at his watch before he uses his cook again, right? And then blah 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 blah. Somewhere else in here. Uh, I don't have time to waste. He says it here. And then he says, I don't want to touch him. I don't want to accidentally accelerate time. So that's like 4 times, right? And then Impulse breaks contact with the man and he freezes again. And then somewhere else here, his time is dilated like his own. So he dilates the guy's time. So 6, right? And then when he stands behind the pillar, he deactivates his quirk and time instantly starts again. And then where else is it? Where else is it? Yeah, every time he hits crocodile guy, that's like 9. Every time he hits crocodile guy, time continues for just a moment before he pulls out the knife, right? And then there's just the ending. Yeah, the reason the vibe of yours was more extreme is because of I'll yeah. The reason the vibe of yours is a bit more a bit more extreme on each spectrum is because of this stuff, right? Um, what is it by? It's two particular things. Where the hell was it? I lost my train of thought. Right, it's the first thing is this, right? This is super serious. This here. This is like you're setting up a war zone. Every time you do this, the audience thinks, okay, something big is about to happen. Yeah, but like the vibe of yours is on the extreme at each end, right? So the audience think a war zone is about to happen. People are gonna die. People are gonna get shot. That's what they think when you set up things like this, with like the police cars and the perimeter, and like you start immediately by talking about a quick and combat power, right? And then you go here. Where is it? Yeah. Here. Uh, here, right? This is like full comedy mode. So you went from like wherever, however high up it was, into full comedy mode. You did a full like 180 swing, right? And remember, the tone you set at the very start is super serious. People gonna die if something goes wrong here. which is true. It's a shootout house distribution, right? So the tone you set here is super serious, and then here it went full comedy with him laughing and stuff, which is fine because he's a speedster, right? But again, for the audience who doesn't know your character because it's a one shot, this is just pure comedy in the middle of a serious situation. So you don't have the goodwill with the audience to trust this character, right? And then where is it? And then here it gets serious again, right? So it goes one way, then the next way, then the next way, right? And then here it's still super serious, and then I think it gets bad. It gets comedic, unintentionally. I think comedic. Uh, where is it? This part. What you were going for here with the thoughts, if you wrote it properly and it wasn't confusing, it would be comedic. And literally, you have the entire sequence, super serious, life threatening stuff, right? And then you have just like random comedy here, right? And then you go back to like life threatening stuff, right? So it's like it's swinging back and forth, but it's you can have it swing back and forth, but it has to have reasons. It has to have like a high moment and a low moment. Yeah, it makes sense for the character. It does. I'm not saying it doesn't, but what I'm saying is your audience doesn't know this character. You know the character. Your audience just met this dude. So the audience is like, am I supposed to be like relaxed because this guy's here, or like, am I supposed to be worried because it's gonna be like a close fight? They don't know what to think. So you have to keep a consistent tone throughout the entire thing. If this was like a chapter of like you're like 300 chapters in, and the audience knows this guy is super overpowered and everything's a breeze for him, then you could have way more comedy in this, or way you could have way more comedy in this, and it'll be fine. Like you could have a bullet intro from somebody's head, and he just generates time, and you could be cracking jokes while he's moving around the battlefield because the audience trusts him. But here, you raise the stakes in the first two paragraphs. Police shootout, whatever, bank, hostages, waiting for a pro hero, they need help, and then this guy comes, and then it's like, okay, he starts cracking jokes, and then it gets serious. Then it keeps getting serious. Then he cracks jokes again, and it just you don't want that. You want consistent tone, right? And then like, okay, two human kites, whatever. That's your cultural thing. That's fine, right? Yeah, it's all about the reader. Yeah, you don't want the reader being confused, and you don't want them unsure of what they can feel, what they're supposed to feel. And if you want them to be confused, you have to tell them it's okay to be confused, which is something people are scared about, right? People are like, what the hell? Like, how do I write a mystery that confuses my reader without pissing everybody off? And it's like, okay, well, have a character just say, this doesn't make any sense, and it will solve the problem. At least trying to play jump rope with it. What? I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means. What, like Luffy and Kaido? But yeah, once you have a more consistent tone for a one shot, if this was like 200 chapters in, perfect. But for a one shot and then now meeting the character, you have to keep it consistent. I don't know what at least trying not to play jump rope with it means. Oh, the reader's feelings, okay. Yeah, well, you can do that, right? But you have to build up some goodwill with your audience. Yeah, like it's yeah, the idioms are fine. That's something your readers will get used to. I'm not used to it, so to me it's new, but like again, I said if it's like 200 chapters in, the readers understand your writing style and they're fine with it because again they're 200 chapters in, right? So those are things that you want to ease people into. Yeah, contrive mysteries piss readers off. Yeah, if you're gonna tell somebody if you're gonna have a mystery that doesn't make sense, just tell them it's okay to be confused. Have a character be like, that doesn't make any sense. This square peg doesn't fit in this round hole. How did he get in here? Oh no. And the reader will be like, okay, this is confusing. I'm not supposed to understand this yet. I need more clues. Yeah. But I hope this was helpful. Consistency is the key in writing every day and in your tone, especially when you start a new book. How to keep it consistent. I'll show you. I think I can show you. I'm not sure if I have the I'll grab one of these. I'll grab uh Marvel, right? Let's grab this one, right? This is the first chapter of my Marvel story. So, spoilers, right? The first chapter is like 200 words long. It is the Watcher, Uatu, and it says like this is his favorite story. So, patting myself on the back, right? And he's like, this is my favorite story. Of all realities I've observed, of all lives and stories I've watched from beyond the veil, this is the only one where the universe overcomes annihilation, right? So that's a W. That's supposed to be a W. And this is a raw, so no editing, right? Where the universe overcomes annihilation. Only here do mutants survive, and with them the universe prospers, all because of one young man and the ripples he caused across the universe. Each choice, a selfish action, and each selfless sacrifice. Each choice, each selfish action, and each selfless sacrifice impacts countless lives. Yeah, dedicated improvement is the way to go. That's the fastest way forward because you don't have to stumble and fall a million times, right? And but the thing I'm doing here, right, with this first chapter is it's super short, but it sets the tone of the book. The tone is epic sci-fi fantasy. So if I go into this, right? If I go into this, and then I go into chapter 2. Yeah, and I go into chapter 2, right? And it starts with like him is the boy on a farm, and then his dad walks into his room, and his dad sees he's walking on the ceiling, right? And they're casual about it because I set the precedent to the reader that like this person is going to change the universe. So I can afford to like start with him being strong because they want to see how he changes the universe. So if I start with him on a farm having no powers after saying all of that, it makes the reader think, okay, this is gonna drag and drag and drag. But if I start here after saying why I did on the first part, it's telling them, okay, this is immediately epic sci-fi fantasy. This is exactly what chapter 1 promised, right? And also, fun fact, chapter 1 tells you the story arcs. Yeah, it tells you the story arcs. It's from a child to a student, right? To an adventurer, to a hero, eventually becoming a great and respected leader, and finally ascending to a higher calling, right? It tells you the story and it tells you the final arc of the book, the Annihilation. It's like this is something you can do when you write third person omniscient. You can tell the reader exactly what's gonna happen, and it's on you to make it so enjoyable and entertaining and fulfilling that they'd enjoy it anyway, even when they know what's gonna happen. Because it tells you that they live, right? This is the only one where the universe overcomes annihilation. It tells you that they're gonna win. But again, the first chapter sets the tone and the second chapter keeps it consistent with the intro. And then after you keep it consistent, you can lower it a bit, get the character introduced, and then you can go back to high epic sci-fi. Right? So that's basically how you do that kind of stuff. Because effectively, what you wrote with the speedster was like a first chapter, right? It's a one shot, so you have to get all of that into there in one chapter. But yeah, your writing wasn't bad by any means, and that was from like a year and a half ago. So you're probably way better now. Like you're probably way better than that now. So if you wrote that again, it'd be way better. But consistency in tone is something that you have to actively practice. Otherwise, it'll move around because your emotions as a writer, while you're writing certain scenes, will move around, and you don't want that. Yeah. Do you have any more questions? Consistency is the key. Horizons are pretty consistent story throughout the entire book. Granted, a lot of my stories have that kind of like consistent, semi-serious cadence, but they can have jokes. Yeah, I've been streaming for 7 hours. Like this is like a 2 hours away from being like a full daytime job, and I have to record a video like right now when I'm done with the stream. So I'll record that video and upload it immediately, and then um, later today I'll start on this next video, which is writing live. Yeah, well, as more people join the live streams, hopefully I'll get to give more writing advice and learn more from people. Like I would love if like 2 or 3 people would like tell me to like review their writing or rewrite their writing every live stream. That'd be perfect, because I get so much practice and they get so much value, and everybody would win. Everybody would get better. But yeah, and the mystery stuff. I know somebody was asking. I don't know if he's here still. I hope he's here. Let me see. Where is it? Romance? Nope. Sci-fi. Did I skip one? Oh, I skipped thriller, mystery, and horror. Okay, damn. Okay. Um, romance, fantasy, sci-fi. Romance, fantasy, sci-fi. Right, and I need to do mystery, and I need to do freaking. I need to do mystery, and I need to do. Um. Yeah, Lama, are you here? I mean, is your name Susie? Okay, you're interested in mystery, right? I realize I need to get next water. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I had a water behind me I completely forgot about. Anyway, you're here, so ask anything you want to know about mysteries, because I forgot to add mystery to my presentation for the next video. So I'm gonna just add it right now and you can ask anything you want. Right? Where is this thing? Where is the thing? Where is the thing? Thriller, mystery, horror. Um, mystery. I don't think I have time to beta read. Wait, are you in my Discord? Or did you just pop in from YouTube? It would be crazy if you just popped in from YouTube. Oh, well then you're the perfect person to ask, because you're the expert in mystery. No, I'm wearing pants, bro. This is a blanket, but like, I don't know if you can see it. I'm wearing pants. I can't risk being naked on YouTube and losing my channel. Oh, the past tense mystery, right? Oh, I hope you subscribed. First person. Atmosphere and suspense. Yeah, I hope you subscribed and liked, man. You might be the first person to yeah, you might be the first person to come in organically from YouTube, right? And tell me if I do anything wrong here, okay? Because you should know much more about mysteries than me. Like much more about mysteries than me. Relatively shorter word count. Longest mystery novel. Word count. Yeah, that's like 30 to 100k words. Mysteries are short. Yeah, the Discord has all this stuff, man. And there's also oh, I need to delete this. Oh no. Wait, did I share it? Did I share it? Please don't tell me I shared it. Oh no. Okay, I need to delete this thing from the Discord because it's incomplete. Discord has like all my stuff. Okay, but I'm not a mystery specialist. I'm sci-fi, fantasy, action, romance, that kind of stuff, right? Hey, if you finish the novella, you're that damn professional, man. Come on. How long have you been writing? When I write mysteries, right? Hey, I technically am professional because I make money from this, from writing. So you know, I mean, Sideshow, technically you're the only person who's not a professional author because I don't think you've ever made money from it, right? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Several products sufficient clues for the audience. The mystery will be solved by the end of the book. Okay, mysteries, thrillers, right? From my understanding, there aren't any third-person mysteries, right? First person or third person limited. Nope, that does not count. It has to be somebody paying for your book. Then again, money is money, so who am I to judge, right? Okay, this is my general understanding of the market expectations of a mystery book. Relatively short. I think 20,000 words honestly. Some mystery books are super short. Like they're super short even for novellas. Yeah, that's I added third person limited. Yeah. You can't have a third person omniscient mystery because omniscient implies that you're telling the audience the truth at every point, which is what I do, and that doesn't work with mystery because mystery, unless you do what I was saying before, where you tell the audience who killed the person or who did the thing, and then the trick is watching everybody lie about it, right? Because if you have a bomb under a coffee table and then you show two people talking at the coffee table who don't know, the audience the audience sweats, right? Their heart beats faster, they get it, everything feels more intense. But if you don't show the bomb, which is what a mystery in first or third limited is, right? Everything is fine until the big reveal. But what I do is I show the bomb and then I just have two people come and sit at the table and talk, and the audience is waiting at the edge of their seat for the bomb to go off, for the bad thing to happen. Um, Lord of Mysteries, from my understanding, does not count, right? Because like it's a paranormal adventure type thing, right? Yeah, Lord of Mysteries is a exploration book, kinda. It's an exploration theme book. It's a steampunk exploration theme set in like a period piece, which is Victorian England, right? The Victorian era, but steampunk. It's not an actual mystery book. The mystery is like the world is the mystery, in which case every book is a mystery book, right? But yeah, this is my understanding of mystery books so far, right? Um, I'm not good enough to be a beta reader for a mystery book, by the way, and I don't have time. Like, it's not something I specialize in. If it was sci-fi fantasy, I could provide more useful feedback, but I can't do more than say like the clues I found, if the clues were sufficient, and like how I felt, which is generally what you want beta readers to do. But I think it would be better if you find people who are like who really like mystery, because I don't like mystery. I like knowing and then seeing the tension build. Okay, this should be it for mystery marketplace, right? Marketplace expectations and then mystery plot example. Hey, do you want to give me a mystery plot? Mystery. I could use Knives Out, right? I could use what mystery can I even use? Yeah, Eldritch Gods just means like paranormal fantasy, right? So you can be a period piece but also be fantasy. That's true. You can look for beta readers in my Discord, but uh, yeah, there's a local stories channel. What mystery movie? Do I want to use Scooby Doo? And I'm using movies because more people are familiar with movies, right? Yeah, but is yeah, but I'm looking for something that a modern audience would actually know. I'm looking at something a modern audience would know, right? That's why I'm using things like Star Wars, Titanic, Avengers, that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking Now You See Me, right? Now You See Me is not a bad one. Oh, I could use Sherlock Holmes. No, Sherlock Holmes is not a good example. No, Sherlock Holmes is not a good example. Neither is Now You See Me. Because the difference in media in a mystery book and a mystery movie is that in a mystery movie, entertainment is the goal, right? But in a mystery book, the mystery is the goal. So, in a mystery book, the audience has to be able to solve it. But in a mystery movie, the director can just make it fancy so that the audience can't solve it. Right? Like that's pretty. Yeah, Batman's a detective show. Nancy Drew. Again, like I'm looking for things my audience would like a wide audience would know. Like I can't use Agatha Christie books, right? Because a lot of people too dedicated to mystery don't read won't read Agatha Christie books. Like I could use probably Glass Onion if I watched it, but I don't watch TV, so I don't even know. Oh, I could use the Batman. Oh, I could use the Batman. But in this one, it was Who's the Rat? The Rat. La Rata, right? And also, by the way, I figured out the mystery in the Batman. I figured out who the rat was, and that Riddler was gonna flood the city before it happened. I'm just saying, I was out on that date and I figured it out, and she was amazed. Okay, I won't use a specific example for the mystery plot, right? I won't use a specific example, right? Yeah, in the Batman movie. The new one, right? With Robert Pattinson, yeah. Okay. The Promise. Character Promise. The detective will be competent and entertaining. Overall story. Yeah, the new one. In the first Batman movie, there wasn't much of a mystery. In the other ones, no. This is the first Batman movie that actually had like a detective. In the other ones, he was pretending to be a detective. Yeah, in the other ones, he was pretending to be a detective, right? Progress, right? Character. Oh, itself. Backsliding. Backsliding in a mystery book can be dangerous. Yep, that's standard. Third person. That might just be me because I have this stream up on a thing, right? Or my friend might just have the stream up on a second monitor. The cherry on top is usually what would be the cherry on top for a mystery book? Yeah, I have this stream open on the next tab. Right? I don't know how this will look like, if this is gonna look like a Inception thing. But yeah, I have a second monitor. What is the cherry on top of a mystery? The mystery is solved, right? No, mystery books are usually super concise, right? So if they have a tie-in mystery, they'll usually leave that for the sequel. So like in his example, right? A womanizing lord with a lot of enemies is found dead in a locked room, right? A detective is called to investigate. That could be like, okay, it could be like, okay, the, the mystery is who killed him, right? And the house is locked and who killed him. And then the detective is looking around and he looks in the safe, and the safe is robbed. But the person who killed him, when they solve it, the person who killed him never went into the room with the safe. And when everybody leaves, the other police officer is like, yeah, we didn't find any of the jewelry in that person's like luggage or anything. And the detective is like, then one of them was like part of it, or we got the wrong person, or but it'll be like one of them are part of it, or there was a second crime committed, and then you get a sequel. You don't do two mysteries usually in a novella. If it's like a longer book, you can do it, but normally you want the audience to focus on one mystery because you don't want the clues to mix up, unless you're like Agatha Christie and you can just write mysteries like you're the best person ever because you are the best person ever at writing mysteries probably, then you can do that. But I could put this for myself as like a mystery. I'll put that cherry on top, right? But most writers should stay away from this. I'm sure a friend in the chat will be a profession is like a expert mystery writer, so he could do it easy. But normally this happens by coincidence in a mystery movie or book, right? They don't give the audience clues to this. They just have the detective figure it out in the background. Because they know that if the audience has clues to that, they're gonna mix up the clues for which mystery goes to which clues. Yeah, I'm not really that big in mysteries. I don't like to be teased. I like to, have it in my hands. Yeah. Payoff. Satisfying conclusion. Depends on the character motivation. Overall story solves the crime or riddle. Twist. Learns too late there was a second crime or another person involved, etc. Cherry on top. The crime was bigger than the audience thought. mystery plot, mystery plot, mystery thriller. Okay, mystery thriller, and then there is, what was I gonna do? What the hell is it? Horror. Okay, horror. I horror is, it's fine, but like it's not something I would ever subject myself to, because I mean, um, fast pace page. Horror would count. Pretty sure horrors are like the smallest of these books I'm doing, right? Yeah, that's not bad. 78 sounds good. Vivid. Book. Tone and atmosphere. Consistent. Yeah, I've looked at some horror books and they were boring to me because that's not how my brain works. I like things doing things. Tone and atmosphere consistent, and a very important thing is that how do I say this right? Believable character, motivation, believable character, interactions and choices, right? This means don't have characters do nonsense for the sake of setting up a scene. Right. Don't have characters do nonsense for the sake of setting up a scene. This is something horror movies do a lot, right? They can't put their characters in a situation where the characters naturally end up in a bad predicament without the character doing something stupid, like make it like walking down the dark alley in the haunted house, right? You know, if you do this, you will be at a good advantage with horrors, right? What's a good horror? I'll just go with a basic horror plot, right? Character. Survive. Overall story. Survive. Face their fears. Right? Survival escape journey plot. Yeah, Jinn. Yeah, that's a good horror of a Jinn, because Jinn are pretty messed up. They aren't all like Aladdin, right? Jinns, and the East has Kappas, which aren't like Jinn, but they're also like kind of messed up in some of their stories. Kappas are like lake demons. They're what Mario fights. Koopa is like King Koopa is like kind of model of a Kappa. Progress, health, status, clues to escape. courage and desperation, emotional state, backsliding, characters die, cherry on top. Yeah. I was disappointed so much when like I learned that Eastern dragons live in water and aren't like, tyrannical, horrible things like Western dragons, like all that power and you're nice. Could never be me. Oh wait, I streaming that. I completely messed up this. I completely messed up this. I'm just gonna like remove cherry on top for this. Yeah, we have some of those in Trinidad, but I don't really take them seriously. Survival becomes triumph, right? Defeat the monster, not just escape. Survive or escape. Twist. Betrayal is normally the horror twist, right? Like it was your friend all along. Yeah, werewolves. Okay, this is horror, right? Okay, horror. Okay, so the plan is for the video is that I will explain all of these. Yeah, I will explain all of these, right? How they work, what makes them hold together. Then I'll explain all of these because most people fail at this one. Most people they don't they don't get here. They don't lean into this enough and that's why they fail. That's why their books fall apart. At least for sci-fi fantasy. For mystery, it's a lot easier because the mystery is the USP. Then I will do a basic plot breakdown, right? Of did I use Star Wars twice? Okay, no, I use this. Then I will use a basic plot breakdown to explain this breakdown. Then I will use, then I will explain plot engines because most people don't know what the hell a plot engine is, and their books suck because of it. Like the entire point of Horizon, which is my current book, which is like 700,000 words, is that instead of using this plot engine, which most people use, which is objectives, which is like there's a clear goal and it indicated a big epic quest or journey plot with a map, I'm using purely character based, which means the character decides, the story can easily become bloated, which Horizon kind of is, but I'm working on that right now. And you can fall into episodic, right? I would say risk of filler and fluff, right? But I'm using purely this, and it's been great because most people only use this. But if you can figure out how to use this, your books will be so much better because of the three things that make up a book: character, world, and what you call it? Character, world, and plot, right? If you only have character, everything else would matter. Character is 80% of the work, right? Planning, plot, genre, right? So I'll do that. I'll explain plot engines. Then I will go with explain the romance, market expectations. Then a romance plot example. Right. Oh, hold on. This is supposed to be it. Alright, romance plot examples. Mystery thriller. Mystery thriller plot example. Horror market expectations. And then horror market example, horror plot example. Sci-fi fantasy plot example. Then I will fill out one of these live, and in my next video, after this video that will be in, I will simply write a chapter from it live. Yeah, wild. Yeah, no pressure at all, right? Then I will do a summary. Do you have anything else you wanna know? Because I'm about to go get some food and stuff, and then come back and write. But I'm gonna write off. I'm gonna do that off stream. Well, not write, record. Yeah, I know. I have some stuff to do, and I wanna record off stream because I'll be taking multiple takes. Been streaming for 8 hours. Can't believe I actually got a subscriber like naturally from YouTube though. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stay for like 2 minutes because of the delay. Then I'll take off the stream. Um, I recommend you join the Discord if you're here. It's in the description because I'm about to put this entire PDF in the description. I'm gonna shove this starting in the description. Right. Now I'm ready. They aren't working for you? Well, I think you have to copy them into Google, right? Yeah, you have to copy them into Google because I'm not allowed to have actual hyperlink yet because I'm not verified for YouTube. So you have to copy the link into Google, then you have to do it. But yeah, you wanna. This is the important channel because everything I write, all my stuff, will be in here. And as soon as you have this, you're golden. Yeah. YouTube wants you to post like 100 videos before you can add links to the descriptions, which is insane. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'll upload later, so watch the video when you wake up. See ya. I need to record. Is there anything else I need to do? Uh, yeah. On the road to 1,000 subscribers by this time next year. By the end of next year. I think we'll get it. Alright, I'm out. 8-hour stream, solid. Bye.